Alright, hello everyone, I am here, and this is the right draft. Hello, hello, hello everyone, hello Marintho, and we are getting right into this. I hit traffic on the way out, so I'm like 1 minute late. Apparently, people cannot understand how to merge from 2 lanes into 1 properly. Well, that's Jersey for you, that's expected. Right, so, we're in the game. We're in Colo. We get started right away. No waiting. Don't even need to go put timestamps on the video. We're starting right away. And where's my YouTube chat? Did I accidentally close that window? Hold on. Sorry, YouTube. I want to be able to read you. And here we are on Colo. We'll have FreakinAndy in the orange, KingstoNe in the blue. See if my windows load. There they go. I had a Windows update last night, which is surprising, so I'm on Windows 10, and I thought we weren't going to have more updates. But anyway, these players started right on time. So we have KingstoNe as the blue Bengalis and FreakinAndy as the orange Portuguese. The map is Colo, a map we haven't been seeing too much of recently, but nice to see it get picked again. It's the generation with one mountain in the middle and some walls surrounding the mountain. Of course, you do have these Komodo dragons with a bunch of food on them, and then these merchants to push them in. It'll be Bengalis for KingstoNe, Portuguese for FreakinAndy. Remember, this is the semifinals, and we have one more. Missed that. Semifinals. And we have one more set after this, which will be the finals. The winner of this moves on to face Doubt. Got to figure out when exactly that'll be. But here we have a monastery and a castle coming up with another monastery. So double monastery, forward castle, organ gun push from FreakinAndy. How are they 17 minutes in when they started at 7 minutes ago? Anyway, here come the organ guns. Ratha's hoovering around. And monks come over for conversions. Yeah, oh, and there's a GG from KingstoNe. He can't deal with it. How did that happen so quickly? Alright, well, FreakinAndy wins game 1. The Rathos lose to the Monk Rush then. So we had some fish booming on the outside from Andy. Looks like KingstoNe didn't even go for the water. And that'll be 7 kills for KingstoNe, but 7 conversions for Andy. And Monk's OP, even with the bugs. And GG, I guess. Did they start early then? Like, what is this for? I joined, like, I thought we'd have a draft at 19 GMT, and then have a game, but I guess they must have got started early. Alright, anyway, that was game 1. Andy will go up 1-0. In the future, we'll need to make sure that players don't, like, start early if we have a stream schedule. Then stuff like this happens. Anyway, we will get into game number 2 right away, which will be on Zimbabwe. It'll be KingstoNe's turn to pick the Portuguese as FreakinAndy goes for the Spanish. Yeah, admins were surprised too. Here we have Andy as the orange Spanish and KingstoNe as the blue Portuguese. I'm fine if they there we go. I'm fine if they start early. I just need a heads up more than 5 minutes before I'm planning on starting the stream. So here we have Andy as the orange Spanish and KingstoNe as the blue Portuguese. And it will be Zimbabwe. So Andy, I'm sure he's already luring in the Rhino. All the Rage Forest he plays. I'm sure he'll have no problem doing that. And they'll get it up over to the gate. And try to bring it in, and the gate won't close on it. It's one hit on the crocodile, because why not? And now has to bring it in towards the TC. So he didn't go for a double, triple lure like we've been seeing a lot of players do. Just one Rhino at the start, but we'll get things started at least. And hello Kai World on YouTube. Another crocodile over here. KingstoNe will run into that. Andy's scout is over and ready to start harassing. And even HP, or equal HP. Now it's even. It's 24. That's an even number. 27 was odd. Scouts didn't face each other. I've been noticing that sometimes. Like, units will attack each other without actually hitting, like, facing each other. So maybe some weird quirk in the angle calculations. But Andy will get back to his hill and start bringing forward another vill. I'll go for another elephant. And KingstoNe will go for a rhino-elephant pair. Or in a crocodile as well. Crocodile often makes it easier. The scout's presence over here will mean that the buffalo can't be in the gate. Here, KingstoNe gets the first hit, but now he's downhill. And I think Andy gets the HP advantage in that fight, even gets an extra hit. The buffalo blocking the vill a bit. KingstoNe maintains his focus, gets everything in, needs to block the elephant. There he goes. Doesn't want to kill the elephant or garrison the hunter now because he wants the rhino to get close. And he'll need to hit that with a vill, preferably a full HP one, but it is inside the wall, so it shouldn't be an issue. 15 HP, so it's not going to die right away. And Mill going up by the forage bushes. And Andy just looking in case KingstoNe has another villa down here, but so far nothing doing for him. And he's trying to send more vills out to lure. Should have a pretty clean lure. I don't think there are any more crocodiles out there. Nothing from lure on that side either. You just get right. Maybe it should take 2 elephants now. 1, 2. Bring both of them in, and I think he should be able to do that. No problem. Could even be greedy and go for 1, 2, 3, 4. Now that would be crazy. Looks like he is going to go at least for 2. KingstoNe moving over to stone, as his name would imply, and looks like he will go for organ guns then. Luring in a boar. Andy took one of the boars from inside of his base, and he's already starting to wall off, prepared for the organ guns. No mining camp for conquistadors yet for him. And okay, Andy, go for the rhino too. Oh. Well, he sees the rhino and didn't go for it. At some point, luring like 3 versus more than 3 doesn't even become an issue, because there's just so many, they block each other. Sometimes it makes it even easier. And one more shot on that elephant. Oop, okay, gets it though. Risks some HP, but he does have loom. He did loom, he's not going to be greedy and do it without loom. We'll bring the elephant in. Ooh, the elephants need to open the gate. No, that one... And they stop immediately. Oh, he's going to go for the scout. He's going to go for the scout lore. Just try to keep it nearby. Oh, that one didn't stop. What the heck is going on? I need to open that gate somehow. Oh, it's going to go back. These gates are problematic, and I feel like they stop a lot more quickly than they do in the past. I saw Phosphor's video about monks not chasing, and I'm wondering if something happens with boars, with gates. It used to be old arena where the boars were outside the walls and you had to lure them in. I wonder if that might be happening here. Not the most common occurrence, but certainly annoying if it does happen to you like it just did to Andy. At least, out of all 3 of the elephants that didn't make it in, it's the closest one. Should he ever want to lure that or even TC it later on. Meanwhile, still no stone for Andy. Looks like it would just be monks or missionaries from him. And hello, UP. And it'll be stone down here for KingstoNe. And there is KingstoNe up to the feudal age. And there's Andy up to feudal. We'll have a market and a blacksmith coming up for him. And it looks like now, okay, so he's going to go then for stone. Just has a build where he doesn't do it in the Dark Age. Moves out to stone. But we already do have Castle Age on the way here for KingstoNe. There's about 500 more res collected. Getting the wood from the berries certainly does help. He's up 25 pop to 24. How does he have so much more pop? I guess he didn't do loom. We got no loom for him. And that'll mean he's up by a vil. Okay, yeah, it's the vil difference then of having loom. Game sound for you is muted? That is... Hold on, let me see if I can fix that. Thank you. Okay, that should be fixed. Thank you. As I had a... Every so often I have YouTube, or every so often Windows decides that it's not going to recognize my Bluetooth device. And the way to fix that is uninstalling the drivers, unplugging and then replugging in my Bluetooth device and resetting it and then reconnecting my headphones. But sometimes when I do that, I also need to click a button in OBS to pick up the headphones again. So it should be good now. Not just berries. Well, also he didn't spend all that vil time taking the boar like Andy did. I guess Andy has more boars, but I do wonder if it's actually worth it to lure from all that far away. I think that really pays off in the fact that you're not going to have as many farms, because we see KingstoNe already adding in a farm. So I'll take a tiny bit away from his resources so far for the farm. Also was on stone for a while. Cleanest triple lure. No lumberjack ASMR. That's true. It's only the Dark Age, not enough lumberjacks for that yet. What I did, they drafted early and started early, and didn't find out about that. I planned to start right on time, and then they started early. So KingstoNe here is the Portuguese, doing the castle, but not aggressive. This time on the mountain to the north, where all the golds and stones are found. Indeed, trying to be the king of stone. And castle on the way here for FreakinAndy.
See?
So TC going up, okay. I honestly might have been tempted to put the TC on the outside, or the castle on the outside to protect the TC. But I guess it is safer to do it here, and a missionary. So it will be missionaries. Okay, one missionary, then a monk. One missionary first. Where do I stream from? I don't know how to answer that. I'm sitting in an apartment. I'm in New Jersey. Nowhere fancy. Here come the organ guns. Hills need to run back into the TC. The library. Bill's on the way out of the TC. And organ guns, well, with the TC, not able to find much damage. The TC doesn't really do much, but at least it's on the right side of the wood line. The organ guns won't be able to hit the vills. And he just needs to be careful to garrison at the right moments. Meanwhile, Conquistador is out for him and Mangonel. Inquisition monks could be a pretty interesting option, I think, here, but also expensive to get to. And he's still pretty far down in resources collected.
Sim?
Ao seu dispor. Quais são as vossas ordens?
So, Conquistadors, this is interesting, but like the spread of the organ gun projectiles kind of makes it hard to micro the Conquistadors because you don't really dodge everything. French's country? Oh, I'm from the US. I like these suits because they have unique units, gunpowder cav and scattershot. Oh, nice hit on the villager. Okay, Mangonel raiding a woodline. But Imp for KingstoNe, so 1 TC Imp versus a 3 TC Boom. Map does have a good bit of space on it. You can run to the side and avoid being defeated when pushed in Imp. Monk over here goes down. Organ gun still Hoover in the front. I'm going for the gate. Mangonel starts working on the gate too. Conquistadors come forward. And gate suffering some ramming. This goes down as the vills run around. And they will do a castle if the vill can walk off the foundation. Imp on the way for KingstoNe. That castle will stop the push. So second castle. Now the question is, can he actually defend Trebs? I feel like there's still room simply for Andy to go monks here. But with the 3 TCs, he is rather resigned to staying in the castle age. Block printing won't be immediately accessible to him. I'll have a Fatoria right away for KingstoNe. Let's go, Fatoria economy. Well, it's the situation to do it. Each Fatoria is going to be around 10 vills. So if he gets 2 to 3 of them, he could very quickly make up that vill difference. And still have the imp advantage.
Monday?
They can convert Trebs. I'm more worried about the organ guns getting converted, though. Ironically, they should go missionaries. Well, he is doing bloodlines. Probably for conquistadors. The extra HP and mobility of the missionaries can actually be quite handy. I wonder if missionaries suffer from the same bug that monks do right now, where they don't... where they slow down to the speed of the thing they're converting? And where they can have their, like, conversion timer reset. Organ guns against the ram. Do organ guns get a bonus against rams? Yeah, +1 against rams. They should take out the ram. Not too much of an issue.
Sí? Servidora?
Got Town Watch and Wheelbarrow on the way. As the organs forward. And do the lions attack organ guns? I guess not. There's a guy there they could munch on. I guess they don't munch on monks either. Oh, there goes the relic. Wheelbarrow for Andy. So far, I mean, despite all the organs, hasn't really been much villager killing. And I feel like 27 minutes in is way too late for Treb pressure to start coming forward. And no Trebs yet for KingstoNe, still going organ guns. I'm rather confused at what he's doing. Double, triple Fetorias. I mean, he could go 5 Fetorias and then have no pop space for anything else. I mean, he did kind of do nothing but Fetoria, that's true. I mean, what if he does nothing but Fetoria, then controls all the gold up here on the hill, and starves Andy of gold? I guess Andy has 3 relics already. This one he probably can't get. And this one at least was just contested, as we saw. More houses going up for KingstoNe. Those Fetorias all are at the front. And now one big fight could come in. Mangonel's in the back. And KingstoNe himself has redemption, but only has 1 monk. So dealing with the Mangonels could be very tricky. Have the Inquisition tech. And he still doesn't have a great way to push while in the Castle Age. And I don't think Capture Age counts the Fetorias in its eco tech. Or its eco count. So if you add about 10 vills for each of those, it's still a 9-10 vill lead for Andy. And a much more pop efficient one. Does count it in the population. We see KingstoNe actually has more population, but that's deceptive because it's Fetoria population. 6 rams. How quaint. Monks want conversions. What are 6 rams going to do against organ guns, though? If we had 1 Mangonel from KingstoNe and he repaired his gate, ram push would be dead. Okay, now can the conks fight the organ guns? Organ guns not elite. I don't quite know how this goes. Here come the rams. Conks need to survive, otherwise Vils will be able to stop the rams. And if the organ guns all go down, then I think KingstoNe's very dead. Where do they sit in AoE 2 power? Probably not a good map, a civ for open maps like Arabia. Definitely a great civ for Nomad, where they're one of the top civs, if not the #1 civ. And for closed maps, probably not the best civ, but I'd put them pretty high up there. Maps such as this, where mobility is important, really tend to favor them. So here come the repair at villager attack combo, attempting to keep the castle up. Conquistador is there. The struggle with conks is now they can sit underneath the castle and pick off mangonels. Means the rams can take out the castle, conks can pick off repair vills, and everything here I think will go down. And that might be a GG from KingstoNe if it does. Lots of conks dying. Mangonels even can hit the castle. Lots of repairs, but the repair vills are all dying. Now it's 103 to 30 vills. I think Andy got the better of this fight. By a long shot. Oof. And hello, Gabi. Hello, slow blinking. Hello, that guy with glasses. Hello, everyone. Yeah, weird approach, right? He went for the organ guns, but then didn't pressure with them. And he went for the fast imp, but didn't do any trebs. And now, oh my gosh, Andy's doing redemption. Who wanted to see converted Fetorias? Maybe he'll go for it. TC is garrisoned. There's a castle. He doesn't have much time to go for it. Come on, Andy, go for the Fetorias. You can do it. Maybe this one down here. The best thing to convert. Just for the absurdity of it. Don't heal the conks. Go, go, go. Convert, convert. Yes, he's doing it. He is doing it. Converting the Fetoria. Now, of course, KingstoNe can just delete. But will he? There's Imp. Oh no, KingstoNe not gonna let us see the conversion. Denying us the converted Fetoria. My mouse wheels was excited. GG. He can just GG, and Andy goes up for a very quick 2-0. I like how the Vittoria has a bit of a ramp here. That's a very steep ramp. I wouldn't want to climb that myself without stairs. Steep ramp at the front of the Vittoria that was about to be converted, but Andy will have a 79 to 23 KD. Only 2 conversions for KingstoNe. But the organ guns didn't really apply pressure early enough. That imp was nothing for him. Didn't even make trebs. And there we are for Andy pulling ahead. This for skateboarding. Speedrunning. He's starting the games early and speedrunning everything. Alright, so that's 2-0 Andy. And that was a loss on Zimbabwe. You roll down the infinitely generated rocks? Is that how we generate the stone? Okay, I don't see them in game right now. Maybe they're actually taking a slight break. Oh, the dashboard only shows Colo too. Oof, I need a moment to drink my coffee now. Byzantines are defensive? I guess they are. Byzantines are more of a... depends on how you play them. Good with monks on the closed maps, good with fast imps on the closed maps. On Arabia, they're more of a skirmisher civ, like skirmisher camel. We'll probably see a lot of Byzantines in Red Bull and Empire Wars, if we don't have much change to them. Who knows if the water will be out by then in January? If not, we're going to see Byzantines all the time for skirm camel, and then, like skirm camel, fast imp, and then fires on the water. They tend to have a very fire galley heavy map pool. And I don't see them yet in the lobby. Being able to read the map and pick from there, yep. Or more to know the map. Depends on what map it is. A lot of maps are very fixed these days. I think that's why Rage Forest is so popular, because it's not fixed. I mean, I genuinely don't see any team games other than Rage Forest being played. It's all Rage Forest. Even the old stuff like Nomad isn't played that much anymore. I don't know what we can do about that, because I miss team games. Arabia's kind of stale with all the civ picking, like no matter what version of the map it is, but it would be nice to see some more variety in the maps. I even know after Rage Force that the RF people had trouble filling the lobbies. So, alright, I still don't see this game, or in the next lobby, Andy KingstoNe. Let's see. Oh, Andy looks like he's hosting it now. It doesn't show up on the dashboard. Posted a code though. Yeah, 4v4 Nomad I know a lot of people like. Oh, Kai World, thank you very much. What's that? That is player 5. That's the best color. Thank you, Kai World, for being the paladin on the YouTube membership. Has the N in KingstoNe always been capitalized? As long as I know, yes. And hello, Jararaka. What's up is going pretty great. Let's see, open this in the URL helper, see if the lobby's there. Okay, it is there. Narok, Chinese Burgundians. Did this somehow not show up on the dashboard earlier? Okay, looks like we're there just in time. Yeah, Huns don't need to build houses, yes. That is indeed a thing. That's another thing I missed, the Arabia Huns Wars. Oh, those were great. We need to do more Arabia Huns sometime. Maybe like a quick weekend event. We do, even if it's not for the top players, like a C tier Arabia Huns. So elephant here under the TC. They really use all their top civs now, don't they? Wasn't there one lately, like a year or so? Well, a year's a long time ago. I know Huawei hosted one on a map that was more like AOC. I think Tato won that against Kapach. I think that might be fun. More of like a community Arabia Huns tournament. Yeah, that one. Like Master of Huns. I'll have to... I haven't worked on a 1v1 Arabia script in a while. I know there'll be King of the Desert, but I'd probably make my own script, and we can do like a community Arabia Huns tournament. I think that'd be fun, because I have a bit more desire for randomness in maps and unbalanced stuff, I think, than a lot of people do. So we'll see what we can do with the map script. Estimated by those who can do competitive. That definitely is fun. I know a lot of people just like playing against the AI. So FreakinAndy, Chinese against KingstoNe as the Burgundians. Ooh, so who wins between a Fire Lancer and a Flemish Militia? I think the Fire Lancer wins that pretty hard. So both up to the next stage. It is a regicide start, of course, so the Chinese will have many extra vills. Look at that, 21 to 15 population. That's because KingstoNe did a Dark Age wheelbarrow. Wait, what? Dark Age wheelbarrow? I don't think that's worth it. I mean, your vills move faster and they carry more, but that does literally nothing for you if you're gathering an elephant that's directly under the TC. It's good for farming, but as you can see, he's not farming even though he has 3 farms. Okay, so Dark Age, he's basically behind 6 vills to Andy now. 3 vills timing for wheelbarrow. I mean, it does help your lumberjacks, but they're so close, you're not really getting much benefit from it. I guess your vills are able to lure in the boars more easily when they're speedy. He like shoals the map. Yeah, I know you've been liking that for the TTL and Thalassocracy Cups. Okay, but both players up to feudal, and now it's an attempt to block scouts and kill kings. Okay, I've not seen this before, where both players are now going for each other's kings and scouts. Okay, Andy has a scout in the middle. Remember, he lost the game already because his king was exposed. I mean, he won a game because Siskon's king was exposed. Yeah, he's the one who killed Siskon's king. And now, if the scout can be killed, then the king can maybe be blocked, and then like you use your king to block while attacking with a scout. Okay, Andy could lose his scout here. I think his king's gonna get back. Alright, so both players leaving their kings out for a long time in feudal, but then hitting feudal at the same time. And the result is Andy is down to 1 HP on his scout. Now 1 HP is sometimes all you need, but if he wants to pick up relics and deny them from the Burgundian player, then he's gonna need to heal first. Whew. Isn't that guy with the glasses Doug Walker? I don't get that reference at all. So double bit axe on the way there for FreakinAndy. So Andy's king ungarrisoned voluntarily. And now we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 relics, and I don't see the 6th. Oh, now I do. It's up there, the 6th. Yeah, so relics, I think, definitely spawned favoring KingstoNe this game. So if maybe the map script RNG engine decided it wanted to give KingstoNe a chance to make a comeback in this series. But relics more towards his side of the map as the market goes up. Oh, I was that guy with glasses. Oh, that guy with glasses. Oh, wait, in the Twitch chat. There we go. Oh, okay, that's what I didn't get. I don't know who Doug Walker was, and that confused me considerably. So, we will have this king still scouting, but running back. And he's lucky that Andy didn't follow up with more scouts. He'll be doing scouts of his own. And probably then a stable to go for relics, but Andy's going forward for a barracks. His vills are walled in, they are hidden. And that vill just gonna supervise. There we go, now she's joining the party and building the barracks. As the Chinese, I imagine this will now be Ram and Fire Lancer. Okay, Lancer Ram. Okay, gonna push in. Push on the market, that maybe makes this a bit easier to wall. House over here. But so far, I don't think this has been spotted. Why would you scout with the king? Because in the Dark Age, the king is faster than the scout, and you basically have 2 scouts. Not until the feudal age that the scout is faster and can threaten the king. Why not rocket carts? You can't garrison fire lancers in rocket carts. Maybe it's rocket carts, though. The Chinese don't really get a rocket cart bonus, do they? Only after rocketry. Now here's the workshop, and Scout's definitely gonna find this now. He sees the outpost. 1 Fire Lancer will make all the Scouts run away. 2nd Fire Lancer comes out. And light cap now for KingstoNe as he's doing his own monastery. Burgundians will have much better monks than the Chinese will, because of the old days of the Chinese having redemption are long gone. I miss that. It synergized so nicely with their monk push. They get a ram bonus? Their bonus is being able to put Fire Lancers inside the ram, and Fire Lancers are OP. But it will be rocket carts then. Let's see, husbandry light cav here. You need a ram to go through the walls at some point. Rocket carts themselves will not cut it against the monks. I think rocket carts are kind of risky against redemption monks. There's a monk now for KingstoNe. It will be a while before Sanctity and Redemption, but I'm sure he's going to work towards that, and as part of this defense, he has the gold mining upgrade on the way, and even doing a 2nd TC. Behind this is not an all-in from Andy, he is a 2nd TC, and you can see how great the Chinese economy is on this map with 1,000 extra resources, but also I think a reflection of the Dark Age wheelbarrow and how much that put him behind. You have skirmishers with the monks? Usually you don't go skirmishers along with a monk push. The skirmishers, I mean from either side, don't counter the Fire Lancers, and are kind of weak to siege. Give this microphone over more. There we go. Feel like I wasn't talking into it. So another workshop, or a defensive workshop here first for KingstoNe. We'll see what he does. We'll eat into his gold supply that would have gone towards redemption. Yeah, skirmishers do not have a bonus against Fire Lancers. They do not count as archers. And, oh, see, here we're talking about rams and rocket carts. It's the siege tower, of course. Should have thought about that first. I think this walls off from the tower. How could we have been so silly? It's the most perfect of all siege engines. The siege tower. Has KingstoNe spot? Okay, he sees it. Oh, he'll pop out and shoot the light cav. He might see the Vill coming this way. More outposts for Andy. Andy sees everything with those outposts. He'll even see the Vill slipping out to the side to Stonewall. Hello, shiXo. Hello. A Fire Lancer is a barracks unit for lots of the East Asian civs. It is inside the siege tower. There should be more somewhere. It's these things. It's a new unit. That's kind of weird. It has a gunpowder attack that serves as a charge attack. So, house walling out the siege tower. Ram through this wall. But in terms of armor classes, they do not count as a unique unit. But they do count as shock infantry, which is the old Eagle Warrior armor class. So everything that had a bonus attack against eagles, like the champion line, has a bonus against fire lancers. Melee gunpowder. In some sense, but it's also it only does gunpowder from its charge attack. It doesn't do gunpowder damage up close. So Rocket Cart versus Mangonel, who will win? Rocket Cart goes for the monastery. Can't get a shot at the Mangonel just yet and will miss. What does KingstoNe even do? I feel like this game was lost as soon as KingstoNe clicked Wheelbarrow in the Dark Age. I think that put him way too far behind economically. Oh, can't siege tower hop over a gate. KingstoNe doing a good job walling this out. Can't wall with a wall though. He can't wall with a wall. Needs another wall behind it. Gets it just in time. And so far so good for the Mangonel defense. Rocket Cart's going down. Look how speedy that thing is. 1.20. It goes meep. Yeah, I know. It's like it's talking. Whenever it stops, it opens the flap, the hatch, whatever you want to call it. But it opens it up. Oh no! Oh no! KingstoNe only walled once over on his left-hand side, and he could try to jump over there. Looks like he's more interested in pressuring near the king, though. So 52 to 61 vills behind all this pressure. Andy has added a third TC. Third TC for free, no harassment, and has 3 TCs up and running. Has to worry about overchopping, but now he's going to head over to the middle, do a mill, use the map control that he has. Fire Lancer even taking out a late cav. Pop out, kill the light cav, pop back in. Wheelbarrow. Yeah, Wheelbarrow's more for when you start doing farms. Burgundians can do it in the Dark Age, but I don't think I'd ever really recommend it. It makes your villagers carry more and walk faster, but in the Dark Age, you're not really walking all that much because your resources under your TC or your lumber camp's adjacent to the wood line. When you have a lot of farms out, then the carry capacity and the walking speed helps. The carry capacity reduces the walking, and then the speed makes you walk faster. And the walking is a big component of the farm work rate. So the siege tower down to 24 hit points. The light cav trying to snipe it off, but the fire lancers pick them off. And this thing is just silly. Vrill's trying to wall in a ram. That I don't think that works all that well with gates. Andy probably content to let KingstoNe waste stone. I should lose the ram. Infinite Dark Age TCs plus Wheelbarrow is for Ngome. Yes. Maybe for Ngome, a Dark Age Wheelbarrow could be useful, but even then, like, your TCs are on the resources, you're not walking towards them. You're bringing your TCs to the resources instead of the resources to the TCs in that situation. So there is Imp for FreakinAndy, who, from my point of view, looks like he's going to get a very clean 3-0. I've seen Mihai go for like an early feudal Wheelbarrow too. I think when I was co-casting that game with Sato back during Sudden Disaster. And I questioned it then. I questioned the Dark Age Wheelbarrow even more here. Okay, Siege Tower goes down, but just in time for the Fire Lancers to hit some monks. And the Mangonels to hit a Vill. Mangonel's his own farm. And Mihai did eventually lose that game, yes. And hello, Ovarian, how you doing? Castle on the way up for FreakinAndy, and TC going up for KingstoNe. Monk's going for conversions on the Fire Lancers, as the Fire Lancers have to run away. And oh gosh, that is a big village going to raise this castle, but it will go up. And it will be right on top of the TC for KingstoNe, and this will be a doubt TC as one vill goes down, the other gets away. But I don't think he can finish that as the Fire Lancers come over, and that one villager will not be a hero, as he'll delete the TC Foundation. Can I see myself? What do you mean? Yeah, there's the GG from KingstoNe just after Imp comes in. So 3-0. 26 to 19 KD. And GG. Oh, get your brooms in the chat if Andy wins one more game, because KingstoNe needs a reverse sweep at this point. GG. Oh, Mr. Green. Oh, my camera's messed up. Oh, thank you. That happens sometimes, and I don't know why. And I fix it by turning it off and on again. There we go. There we go. Hopefully it wasn't too long. Welcome back. Nice camera feed there. I don't know what that happens. I'll need to invest. I have so many random little tech issues that happen when you're streaming. I hope it's not a camera issue and that it's more just like a HDMI to motherboard issue. I guess no matter what, unless it's a cable issue, it's expensive to fix. Next time we go, hello IT, have I tried turning it off and on? I guess so. Yeah, it's best of 7, best of 7. So we have 4 more games for KingstoNe to win. Well, we can put it that way. Let's see, Pacific Islands, T90, he's playing, let's see, everyone's playing, Turs is playing Emu Warrior, or playing with Emu Warrior, against Oladushik. See, Gabi's playing Arabia, everyone's playing right now. Where is this? Lobby KingstoNe is online. The lobby code, we do have a lobby code. There we go. And hello, Bloodless. Bloodless. Everyone get some hearts for Bloodless. Pump some blood with all those hearts. Do farms get repaired by reseeding? Farms don't get... I mean, when you reseed a farm, you're building a new farm. Reseeding is just, like, a quality of life way of placing a new farm. Villagers can repair farms, of course, but you don't get any additional food added to them if you repair them. So, like if it's really low on food, maybe it's better just to delete and rebuild. Because it costs you half the cost of a farm to go up to full HP. Yeah, in Age 1, you could use farms as walls, and you couldn't walk across them. There used to be a bug that I think they changed at some point. I think they fixed it. But if you had a monk, you could heal a farm. It cost you wood, and you had to right-click the farm. But the monk would heal the farm. And he'd spend wood. He would heal it super quickly. I feel like a heart is pretty useless if you don't have blood. Maybe the heart is the first step to getting blood. You can get a heart and then we give him blood. Okay. I don't know why these lobbies aren't showing up on the dashboard. But I am queued into it myself, it would seem. Yeah, this should be the right code. So hopefully we're good. It would be Fangs if you're a vampire. Alright, so here we have FreakinAndy as the orange Burmese and KingstoNe as the blue Lithuanians. Well, see, Bloodless, he has a heart. So this is a fairly standard spawn of Vilchins. We have all these different little quadrants in the middle with gold and hunt and foxes, and then one in the middle. Final area with one hair. Oh, it's a lonely hair. And then some stone. Where are my clowns? Rapture, Marintho. Is there supposed to be a single hair in the middle?
Hey.
Usually hairs spawn in groups. Yeah, Interesting looking map. We've seen some varieties of strategies on this, from forward vills and vill fights to men-at-arms to fast castles. And here it looks like we're going to have a vill fight game, as Andy is forward, but he doesn't have loom. KingstoNe no loom either. He's doing loom right now. Andy used to play in Rage Forest. He's going to wall himself in. Remember, vills cannot attack the palisades. They only repair them. Vill's still running around. Vill fighting the quickest semi. Well, we'll see if he can kill a vill. He can kill a vill here. He actually is low on HP for his vill. But that scout is low on HP. Scout's running around. And vill gonna run away. And this is where Dark Age Wheelbarrow would matter, if you could run and chase the vill faster. But I think that vill will get away. Maybe KingstoNe could turn and take the foxes, though, and grab some gold while his vills are out here so they're not completely idled. Or maybe he just chases into Andy's base? Well, if he goes too far, Andy will have more vills. He'd really like that kill, but I think he has to get back. He wants a forward wall. Really wants that forward wall, but Andy can send more vills now. At least this will disrupt Andy's eco a bit to send the vills forward. Casually walking away from people trying to kill you. That's like Hera with a guy chasing him into the woods. And hello, Prestigo. How you doing? Finally time to watch some stream and play EU5. Well, you better be rooting for KingstoNe then, because if Andy wins 4-0, it might be a quick stream. I mean, if all the Rage Forest that Andy plays, he should be quite skilled at the vill fighting. A good motivation to get in running shape. Good motivation to hopefully get... I have too many injuries in my 30s. I need to get this shoulder injury under control, and then worry about my knee injury to get back into running shape. Alright, nice walling from KingstoNe. Nice walling there. Yeah, left knee is bothering a bit yourself. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Bloodless. If only you could just visit the monk IRL and get healed. Okay, board chasing the villager. And the board goes down. Monk's OP. And ooh, Andy's gonna get a scout snipe. Down it goes. Down it goes. Nice pick from Andy. All in all, res collected much more for Andy, but that might just be a drop-off timing on a boar. I'm sure it's not really that much. The hunters carry quite a bit of food among all of them. KingstoNe up by a villager there. That's a bit of idle time for Andy. Does Andy have loom now? He must, yeah. Alright, so Andy didn't lose a vill, but did end up getting more idle time than KingstoNe did by about a vill. So all in all, maybe a good vill fight for KingstoNe, but he does have a lot of idle time and a weak vill he needs to make sure survives and avoids Andy's remaining scout. Looks like Andy's going to scout around the outside and try to get back. I love Monk in campaign. I love Monk everywhere. Monk's the best unit. Oh, okay, okay, this is where I need my YouTube chat to start just spamming the chat. Because the last comment was from a couple minutes ago when my camera was bugged, and I just looked over and thought, oh no, is my camera bugged again? Then I remembered, like, oh, nope, it's just an old comment. I got scared for a moment. My YouTube chat is covering up where I would see my camera in OBS, so I actually don't see it myself. Here's some rainstorms outside. So Deer pushed in by a Vil. Some garrisoning in the TC going on as the Vils go out to gather. And here is a mill being constructed by KingstoNe's Vils. And we shall have Feudal Age on the way for Andy. Feudal Age on the way for Andy. I'm in Jersey. I'm outside New York City. I've lived most of my life in Jersey and New York. I've also lived in Wisconsin before, and I've also lived in Berlin, in Germany, so I've had at least some experiences outside of the area too. So, Deer being pushed in by a Vil, AoE 1 style push in the hunt with a Vil, and Feudal Age for KingstoNe. Will be up a bit slower than Andy. Both good monk civs are run by making an interesting, unique unit in this matchup, I think. Where Wisconsin, I lived in Madison. I worked on healthcare software. And that's the place to live if you do that. No, I'm not one of the cheese people, I just lived among them. That's what happens, you get out of the airport, and that's the first thing you see in the souvenir stand, the cheese hats. Yeah, lots of like the Midwest kind of Wisconsin into, I guess, kind of extending into Minnesota would be a good area. It's like Pennsylvania through that area, Western PA is kind of an area for where German immigrants would have come and settled during the 1800s. New York, New Jersey has a lot of Italian and Irish immigrants then from the 1800s in that period. That's kind of at least a part of where my family comes from, and that wave of immigration. I work for Epic, yep. And now when I go to the doctor's office, they use Epic, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Alright, Man-at-Arms from Andy, getting some hits on the Vil. Blame me for all of its problems. You can blame me for some of its problems, not all of its problems. Every friend of mine who's a doctor tells me it's still the best software compared to like Cerner or all the other ones. So you just be thankful you're not using those. Man-at-Arms from Andy, he's trying to push, and he has a sneak villager, so he's coming down with a sneak villager. And the question for KingstoNe is whether he actually sees that, and if he can get an archery range up, because it looks like KingstoNe wants to fast castle, and if he can do a tower on his gold, wall out his woodline, and then phosphoro his way up, he might be okay. I'd be tempted to do diagonal walls on the opposite of that palisade. Arson is in for Andy, that'll give him +2 attack versus buildings. Maybe he could also do a blacksmith and forging if he really wants to push through the house, as that'll force KingstoNe to repair, spend some Vil time repairing. Where did the Dutch go? That's a good question. I also have some Dutch ancestry. I don't know as much about them. I know on my mother's side of the family, the last names are McWilliams, which is very Irish, and then Gansey, which is fairly Italian. And less about my father's side, because that was far more anglicized at Ellis Island. I just know it has some Slavic origins. As always in case of bugs, you blame Marintho? Don't blame Marintho. We have had some very weird one-off bugs in the tournament games, I have to say. that random gate on Tulo was pretty hilarious. So, good job walling by KingstoNe, and he still hasn't quite managed to find a way to click up. And Andy actually goes up first. So I'm worried this is going to be a very quick 4-0 from Andy. Rapture. Talking about my admins. We have KingstoNe, who he doesn't have food. His farms are finished. His berries are idle due to those men-at-arms. He has to do a second tower on his woodline, and Andy's men-at-arms pressure now is causing all sorts of nightmares for KingstoNe, who has to spend more food on Vils, and has somehow managed not to idle his TC and to maintain a villager lead. And now if he could maybe buy food and sell wood, he can go up, but he's going to be up even more slowly than Andy, and I'm sure Andy will be able to add in a monastery and continue with a monk rush with those cheap Burmese monk techs. Rapture's going to have to monk defense here. And this market will go down. At least KingstoNe manages to click up before the market goes down. But his build was so tight he didn't have double bit axe. And now the men-at-arms let the archers get in. This tower now is crucial because it keeps the archers away where they're not going to hit the wood line. And I don't think, yeah, Andy doesn't have stone to do a tower himself. He will do fletching. But now KingstoNe needs to do even more walling to make sure his gold is safe because the tower won't protect from the outside if the archers with fletching get through. Maybe it'll keep them far enough away that he'll be okay. But once they get Bodkin, then crossbow Bodkin will really threaten that gold. And workshop right away for Andy as he looks to continue the pressure against KingstoNe. The men-at-arms come in, at least they will be walled out as the archers come over. And Andy will get us another TC up behind this. And it's looking like Andy and Doubt might be playing in the finals. Yeah, but New Amsterdam was a bit before I would have record of my ancestry. That should be a fun finals. Well, KingstoNe, his back's against the wall now. And his only good thing going for him is he's only down by 1 vil, but there's the GG. And get your brooms out, because that was a quick 4-0 from FreakinAndy. I didn't even stream an hour. 1 hour, 1 minute. They started so quick that I didn't even see them start. And then he won so quickly that we barely even saw him win. Mangonel pressure from Andy. KingstoNe fought so hard for that forward map control, but then he didn't wall off the sides behind it. Andy took good advantage of getting the men-at-arms forward, snuck around the outside to go for that range to supplement the men-at-arm pressure. And GG. Yeah, absolute speedrun, best of 7 in an hour. I mean, that's like the length of a single game on some of these closed maps. Alright. That was a short stream. I didn't even update my scoreboard there, 4-0. That was a loss on Velchins and then a loss on Narak. As we know who the best Onimaru is? Lewis, obviously. Right, Lewis won against Andy in Sudden Disaster. So that means... Oh, KingstoNe's already on the ladder. Should we keep I feel like I need to keep casting. Just like, I don't want to spoil the VOD if it's only an hour long. Let's cast... He'll play Gabi on the ladder. We'll cast Gabi versus KingstoNe. That's what KingstoNe will do for us. He lost so quickly, he needs to provide some more content. I think there's some Thalassocracy going on right now, but I don't want to change my patch. In 3 hours, there's FedEx versus No Zombie as a silver replacement. Maybe we could cast that. We could stream for a while and then cast that. And then soon there'll be Mihai versus Nahuel in Thalassocracy. Maybe we cast that too. We can keep going. I'll leave the VOD going for a bit, then change the title. Cast T90. Yeah, T90's playing too, right? He's matched against a lower 2K though. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. And so it will be Andy against Doubt as the finals. Again, both of them are going to be at a LAN event this weekend. So there's a chance they play at the LAN and we cast them while they're at a LAN. But there's also a chance that maybe we just reschedule it and try to not conflict. So we'll have to... Admins will need to do some admin work for this. And if they don't play, I'll just do all the other payments to all the other players ahead of time. What LAN? If you ever see... Have you ever seen the dynamic battles maps? Not KOTD, no. They're like, he's like one of the most No, let me double check his name. I'll make sure I get it right. It's like Leon Roma AoE. Or Leon Roma AoE. He streams in Spanish, so I don't really know him that well, but he like streams all the time and he makes a bunch of custom scenarios, and he makes these maps that have effects. Like a T90 has, yeah, like the tsunami map, exactly. Like there are tsunami or avalanche maps, or there's one T90 had on his YouTube channel where it's a bunch of Hussite wagons in that circle the map like a train. Yeah, he probably has a volcano map, all sorts of things, but it's called Dynamic Battles, and they're having a LAN event on it this weekend. And Andy, Doubt, I think Jordan are all going to be there. So yeah, I don't know quite what their schedule is, but obviously we don't want to interfere with that. It would be amazing if they could, like, you know, do the finals of 2 events, maybe promote each other at the same time, but yeah, alright. So what I've learned, I need to keep my scoreboard up. This will be ranked for ladder, best of 1, and we'll put some flags there. We'll do a flag. How do I do this? Brazil and KingstoNe is Mexico. Boom. Alright, there we are. So, welcome everyone. I don't want to spoil the previous result, so I'll leave the VOD running a bit longer, I guess. We'll now have Gabi here as the Red Teutons in KingstoNe, looking for a win. He just got swept by Andy, immediately queued for the ranked ladder. And he'll be playing as the Blue Maya. So on Arabia, usually I'd say the Maya are a pretty heavy favorite. On a closed map, I'd say the Teutons are a pretty heavy favorite. But we'll see how this goes. Let's see, right now, KingstoNe 2670, Gabi 2517. She had hit, I think, 2K6. I think she hit 2621 as her high recently. Oh, KingstoNe, look at the funnel he could do right here, like gate, then a couple of palisades, those chickens go right to the TC. Hello, Red Cliffy, how you doing? On the UK West server, yeah, Gabi, her flag is Brazil, but she is in Spain right now. So I guess she has the much better ping for the matchup. I feel like this matchup should probably be on East US. Like, geographically. Is that where at least both of them are kind of far away? Maybe that would slightly favor KingstoNe. Not sure, though. I have heard there are problems of, like, the East US server not being used in matchmaking for Europe versus like South America. Not as sure about KingstoNe's location though in Mexico. And Glenn Cairn, hello. Good evening from the EU. Well, good afternoon from the US. Yeah, Bloodless gets the Brazil server. Hopefully not against the EU. That'd be really weird to have America versus Europe on the Brazil server. So, ooh, an Argali. Yeah, so, right, they replaced deer with chickens on Arabia, but there are still neutral deer, like, out here in the middle of the map. So KingstoNe is just gonna take the neutral deer and push that in, because why not? Why not push in the deer? Brazil server is what you usually get versus Brazil. Yeah, and I guess that makes sense. Because at least, like, it's good for one player. Yeah, Gabi's chickens are really far out front. And she'll be adding in a house. And, oh, she's going to do the same thing. Look at that. The Argalis. So, unless you completely remove neutral deer, people are always going to be pushing deer in the Dark Age. I feel like Dark Ages have gotten to a point where they're way too efficient. There's stuff like pushing deer from out here still matters. And I think in about 15 minutes or so, we'll go cast Thalassocracy and cast Mihai. So Gali will get in and get under the TC. There we go. And we'll have a sheep here for Gabi. So her Dark Age looks efficient. Only 1 second of idle time. KingstoNe, he must have been spamming that create villager button as he loaded in. 0 seconds of idle time, and he will mill his chickens. Gabi doesn't really have the option to mill with how far away they are, and honestly doesn't really have the option to funnel either. They're so far away from anything to which she could build a wall. And no early barracks for her. Her gold's actually super far forward. So she has an awful map. At least her wood line is safe, and as the Teutons, you're probably not worried about a tower popping up behind it, because then you could do a tower and trush. Maybe see some houses go to the edge. And then our galley will be taken by the villas by the TC.
Hey, yeah.
And we'll have a barracks coming forward here for Gabi. So it looks like a scout's opening from Gabi. Unless it was just going to be like defensive skirms, but no gold taken from her. And the militia will be on their way forward for KingstoNe. We'll see if he adds in a third, and if he does men-at-arms, or if this will just be that French rush style 2 militia on the way up to feudal. Up on 21 villagers, so up kind of slow, even with the extra vill as the Maya. That'd be a 20 pop-up. Did he do loom? Well, of course he did loom, he's the Maya. Alright, and going for his forward gold. So both players with forward golds, but if you look at the back of KingstoNe's base, both of his extra golds are there. Both of his extra golds are there, and we have a wall going up here for Gabi. And stable coming up for Gabi on the side. A couple of militia still hoovering around, at least they are walled out. And scouts for Gabi. Now the question is, how long does she stay on scout production before adding in an archery range? Teutons have cheap farms, so you could even maybe consider adding in a couple farms with horse collar. Kind of more of an old school scouts build, but still doable with the Teutons. And it won't delay your range too much. No spear. Sometimes even against the American civs, you'd do the spear to help fight off the drush. It does have a slight attack bonus against the eagle. Just kind of gives you 1 extra unit to do damage. And I think she's going to really want to wait for 4 scouts, especially seeing there's no man-at-arms upgrade. And ooh, that vill on the wrong side of the wall. Not going to wait for the 4th scout though, just going to dive the eagle. And take it out there. So not going to add a 4th scout actually, just going with 3. And we'll keep all of them alive. So that's nice to keep all of them alive. Didn't lose a scout there, cleaned the drush. And now we'll do the range. She's trying to build forward in front of the gold to take control of it. And we'll have a few walls coming up around the side.
Shot it.
As the scouts come over and hit the spear. Spear is going to turn around though, and force the scouts away. Vills going over to the gold, and a few more vills popping out of the TC. So she did add 1 more scout, now just waiting for archers to come forward. KingstoNe looks like he's maybe content to camp at home though. Watchtower on the way up, Gabi, taking some of the chickens, and we'll use the mining camp to maybe drop off. I'm gonna drop the food off at the TC first, then do the mining camp. So she used her skirms out. KingstoNe decided he was tired of camping. Came forward, but we'll simply run into skirms. We'll just run into skirms, so nothing much you can do there other than turn around. And Gabi will decide to pursue. And this is where she wants to be really careful about how she takes the fight because of the weak scouts. And I think KingstoNe will get back to the rest of his archers. No fletching or upgrades for either of them. And the scouts take a poke from the spear. That's what she wanted to avoid.
Shot it.
And got a bit close. Skirm's trying to pick off the archers. Archers are what you worry about scaling more. The scouts are what you, or the spears are what you worry about. They make your scouts kind of useless. Got a couple of those cheap Maya archers going down. Spear gets another poke. But they do go down. Both of them. And tower going up on the gold. And Gabi, Andy KingstoNe ended already. I'll change the title when we update the next thing. Or when we cast the next set. But Gabi versus Andy KingstoNe was a 4-0 win for Andy, so I'm casting one ladder game before we go to Thalassocracy. I figured at the very least I'll cast one more game so that we don't spoil the YouTube VOD too much. So house coming up here for KingstoNe. And skirms will hit that villager. Yeah, the scouts look to break through these palisades. And another house going up there for KingstoNe. We'll have Castle Age and gold mining on the way here. Gabi, it's on her high elo? You mean her account? I believe so. I think she has a couple of training accounts. But in terms of, is this her highest? She has been higher. She's been over 2k6 recently. Which book am I currently reading? I mean, which of the math books on my shelf? Actually, I've grabbed a combo of a few of them. As I said this before, I'm writing some, I used to teach Intro CS, and I figured it'd be fun to assemble a collection of, like, data structure and algorithm notes. For kind of like an intro to, like, advanced undergrad level. And I have a few different books back there for reference. The first thing I'm writing about is big O notation, so it's not just the algorithms book, but also a couple of old calculus books I have, or analysis books I have that I'm referencing. Idea of fun is very different. I know, isn't this so much fun? Hello, Maple Leaf Lancer. So I have like a half dozen books that I've just been skimming recently. Just to try to grab different perspectives on things. What's my favorite data structure?
Shot it. Shot it.
That's a good question. I've always liked. I'm very big on like visualizations of data structures, and I've always liked kind of like red-black trees just because they're fun to visualize. But I don't really like them too much from like a fun to program or fun to implement perspective. I like them from a fun to visualize perspective. Now, I've always also felt that just like the like your very standard like binary heap that you use in like a heap sort or as a priority queue was very cute and very clever. That's my favorite tree, the Christmas tree. When I was a kid, we had these like Star Trek ornaments that like you'd plug them into the lights. It was all like the ships and they'd light up. That's my favorite tree. That is fun, yes. Yeah, so Andy, oh, and hello, UnknownPlayer. Can't confirm. Oh, my YouTube chat didn't chat for like a while. And then, like, all of a sudden, they have a whole bunch of chats that showed up on YouTube. So sorry if I wasn't reading that. Something was bugged there. Looks like it resolved itself, though. It's very fun. It was stuck on the camera is bugged chat, and then I asked chat to chat, and no one chatted anything. I think that's just because it was bugged. Yeah, gone for a couple minutes. Yeah, Andy just speed ran the tournament. He just speed ran the semifinals. Now we have to figure out how he and Dow are playing each other. The European aspen tree. Oh, some Vil's going down. Gabi's applying a lot of pressure to KingstoNe. Vil count's still the same, but Gabi's about to break through. At the same time, Mangonel and a lot of crossbows forward for KingstoNe, but with a Teuton tower that can be garrisoned with a whole bunch of Vils, has Bodkin on it already. And a TC. She looks like she's pretty safe on the front, double walled here. Her problem will be wood. If the crossbows are able to break through over here, she's going to struggle for wood. Workshop for her. She's going to have to go for a Mangonel war to keep the Mangonels out, but at the same time, she's breaking through. Not much HP on those houses, but KingstoNe will do a panic TC to keep this out. And the TC should protect his Vils over here, but she has managed to pick up a few Vil kills with this pressure, open up a bit of a Vil lead for herself, and get a TC up. And she's going to have to pull back with that Mangonel, though. Loses a couple of scouts. She's at the same time worrying about her wood line. So a 2-place at 1 micro can be a bit tricky. Yeah, you have one of those trees in your driveway. Growing up, I have a friend who, his parents managed to still live in the same house after a whole bunch of years, and his father was very proud that they have a somewhat large backyard just because there was like a river behind it, so there was no like house behind house property development on that street, and they contain one of the largest of whatever type of tree it is in the state of New Jersey, and they have a certificate showing it off. And his dad loved to nerd out about that. So crossbow's coming over. Skirm is walking away. I need to kill now, or does this get better for them? It's if they can get Imp and keep a huge mass of Arbalests around, I think it's hard for the Teutons to deal with that because they need to go to siege. And on an open map like Arabia, the Maya have more room to avoid the siege. It all depends on whether or not you can force the fight, because Teutons won't have Bracer for their skirms. They don't have great skirms. And Maya can counter that with better skirms and even go hold Javelineers. You just don't want to have that single-minded avoidance of Maya's skirms, of course. If you can get to Siege Onager, Teutons win the matchup pretty easily. Is that Siege Onager even with extra melee armor, so Eagles can't pick them off. But it's a lot more expensive for the Teutons to get to their late game composition than it is for the Maya. Maya is just like Imp and Arb, and you're pushing. How do Scouts do against Skirms? I mean, they're kind of a counter. I think the problem with Scouts against Skirms is it's too easy for Skirms to camp under the TC where the Scouts can't hit them and still be useful. So it's really hard to force fights with the Scouts against the Skirms, and if you're against someone at a high level who knows not to let their Skirms be out of position, it's very rare to see Scouts, at least in the Feudal Age, actually take a fight against Skirms and clear them. Cheap Arb would be good against missing Siege Ram. Well, that's a bit of a different thing about pushing, right? Teutons don't really need the Siege Ram to push. They can go Treb Cannon Onager with Siege Engineers just fine. And it's also kind of hard for the Maya to push when they're relying on Trebs that don't have Siege Engineers and then Siege Rams. And now it's maybe a bit about timing. We have Imp in for KingstoNe. He's trying to wall up, but not going to get the walls. There are knights there for Gabi. She's pushing forward with a few skirms. And right now, KingstoNe can bring his crossbows back, but if he's coming back to defend against small raids, that's going to affect the Imp timing and the push he could get upon hitting Imp. As right now, he's 2 minutes from Imp, and instead of having these crossbows forward waiting to become arbs, he's back cleaning skirms in his base. So this will affect the timing. Of course, Gabi, unless she's really looking at the score closely, probably doesn't know that KingstoNe's up to Imp. And she's going to pull back now. Try to avoid the crossbows, and the longer she can get the crossbows to chase her skirms, the better. Crossbows do have ballistics, and she will run the knights away. But now, when did those crossbows turn around? Like as Imp was being clicked around 3 minutes, and that's now 90 seconds they just spent being on this side of the map. And we see KingstoNe quickly get a wall and a Vil. And mangonels will be forward to deal with crossbows. Well, and while the timing might not be there, as soon as he hits Imp... Ooh, knight on the mangonels. That's annoying, but should be repaired, and just fine. Timing won't be there, but the army still will. And Gabi looks like she's a bit stuck in the castle age. More Vils and with a good boom, but we'll need to hold somehow against this Imperial Age army. There's Thumbring, and I'm sure we'll see Bracer Chemistry, and then Arbalest in. And hello, Caceros, how you doing? More people are mixing in spears with scouts than range with spears, at least at 1200 elo. Yeah, I mean 1200 elo, anything goes, right? You're going to be at 1200 elo. There's going to be so many different like things that players are good at and things that players are missing. Every game is going to be wildly different. What's up? KingstoNe's up. He's up to the Imperial Age. That's what the Barbarian AI used to do. If it got to an age faster than you did, it would taunt you and say, "What's up?" in the chat. I'm misplaying against the AI. So guard tower for Gabi, and maybe that's how she's going to try to stop the push by going for guard towers. She can kind of stay in the castle age, stop the push, get time to do towers. And once Bracer comes in, crossbows outrange the mangonels, and instead of 7 attack versus 6 armor where they do 1 damage, they immediately do twice as much damage by having Bracer, since they have 8 attack. So Bracer, if Chemistry or Arb could come in, that's an extra attack. And same thing against the Knights, you're worried about that Pierce armor, you're doing so much more damage with the upgrade. But then the Teuton Guard Tower, I think the Teuton Guard Tower is my favorite architecture of any building in the game. It's just so pretty. So pretty. More Vils come do more towers. And that's a castle for KingstoNe. That'll clean some of these forward towers. But again, this is Gabi just buying time. Everything she's been doing, that raid in the back, these towers all over the place, they're not going to stop this army forever, but they will buy her time to get her eco sorted, get up to Imp herself with a Vil lead. My only concern is it's only 3 TC. She never added in a 4th TC. And not quite going to have the eco boost she would have if this were like, it's a 10 Vil lead, and KingstoNe will make that up while she goes up to Imp. It's not going to be like a 20 to 30 Vil lead. So a couple of blind spots in the tower defenses. KingstoNe will get a forward castle on a hill, and that's exactly where he's going to want to start getting Trebs and deploying siege. So this is a setup where I imagine it's conscription and then Trebs from him from that castle. And he'll try to save up just doing chemistry, kind of save up for Arb. And this is where if you're the Maya now, all of a sudden you don't really need food. Well, ooh, there's a hole in his wall. There's a hole in his wall, maybe an overchop at the back, and now Gabi getting a nice raid with some knights. Killing some Vils, and she's getting closer and closer to Imp. Ooh, doesn't even have the final armor on the knights. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting build where she doesn't have the armor on the knights, but also doesn't have the 4th TC. So it's a mixture of kind of like being greedy, trying to save resources, while also being greedy, not adding the TC. And kind of a weird balance from her. But I love the guard towers, especially as the Teutons. You have free murder holes, so Arbs won't be able to camp under them. As the Maya, you're basically now forcing the Maya to go into Trebs to push the towers. I mean, they could go Siege Ram. And maybe that also would have been an option for KingstoNe to go Siege Ram, but he's up so fast, that would have been a really expensive set of upgrades for him, when it's a lot cheaper to go just crossbow and Treb when you don't need all that food. Because he really doesn't need a food eco now, just a wood and a gold eco. And the night raids, yeah, they can idle the farmers, maybe a bit harder to disrupt the gold and the stones if they're protected properly. But, tower rushes. Maybe that's how you disrupt the gold, with a tower rush. Go for the tower rush and start hitting the vills. There we go. Lower elos. Are people doing random cheesy strategies? They're out of the top 20 on... Is he really? Well, he just needs to recover from being lost in the woods. So, okay. No real gold income from KingstoNe now. And that'll hurt as the Maya, because everything you really want to do, other than skirms, of course, will cost gold. And he has a nice score lead, and now he's able to start trebbing the towers. Gabi's still up by 13 vills. Well, what's that eco gonna do if she's constantly forced to defend and doesn't have enough gold to make it up to the next stage? These vills need a mining camp. Let's see, she got to the outside, but needs to do a mining camp there. And now she's gonna struggle for gold too. Neither player really able to take gold comfortably. If KingstoNe scouts this, he can come over with a few arbs and deny it, and his trebs are gonna be there scouting it soon. Now, towers take a long time to destroy. You're constantly unpacking and packing and unpacking and packing your trebs. This is the no zombie Saladin showdown strategy. Tower defense. As the trebs are deployed and start taking out more towers. Oh, and she hasn't had bow saw or heavy plow. She had an earlier handcart. And no bow saw. This is so tricky. It's like, it felt like she was in a position where she had the eco lead and she had the guard towers to buy time, but it wasn't a big enough eco lead to buy enough time to stop this. And you can tell KingstoNe doesn't have a great eco either. He's still on crossbow, no arb, and he's still doing upgrades for them. But he's able to pick off vills, tie the vill lead up. And now that score lead is probably something she can't really deal with, and the eco even starting to swing around. It's only so long you can still play Castle Age Knights against Imperial Age Archers. And yeah, they're still missing 1 attack, but that's 5 damage against only 4 Pierce Armor. Well, I know Arb's expensive and he can't afford it. I'm sure he'd love to have Arbs here. Now maybe he could use the market and sell some res for Arbs. But yeah, she'll take one more fight and then probably say GG, and then we'll go cast Thalassocracy, and the Mihai's set. It is already over, Jamrock. It is already over. There's a quick sweep. So KingstoNe then went to play on the ladder. And we're casting one game, we'll cast Thalassocracy next. Maybe I should have updated the title. But I just didn't want to have quick spoilers in case people just saw the titles. Crossbows attacking the mangonels. The vills need to repair. Crossbows, yeah, and you see how quickly Castle Age Knights go down to crossbows. Gabi manages to click Imp, but now we're about 45 minutes into the game. Let's see, KingstoNe falling back a bit to deal with the raids, and he still doesn't have gold access. He's not at 200 pop. And something to keep, to keep in the back of your mind is, if you do hold your Javelineers, which is a fairly cheap tech, and you have Bracer and Chemistry, your Imperial Age Skirmishers actually do a lot of damage to Castle Age Knights. Maybe Arb would just be more of a worthwhile investment for him, though. But yeah, continuing to treb, and Gabi's going to be struggling for gold soon, as finally the crossbows have found the gold. At least there's a tower to defend them. They will go down. And Pikeman coming forward. So he's maybe thinking that res he was saving by not spending on Arb, he's going to rather spend to go for the Halb line to deal with the Knights. And he might value Halb a bit more than Arb right now. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so you see, okay, yeah, he was floating a bit of res, but if he clicks Arbalest earlier, that'd be delaying the Halb. This is always just a matter of priorities and what unit lines you want to go for. So Treb's going for the TC. And Gabi trying to do a clandestine economy in the south. KingstoNe needs a couple more houses. Still with a raid. But it looks like KingstoNe will try to go for gold, but once again, Gabi with a tower. She has a lot of map awareness here. Now, KingstoNe with this castle will even claim some forward gold, so I think the days of his not having gold will be over, and he'll soon have a rich economy. And also has the Vil lead over Gabi now. As I once more go for the trying to get the last sips of coffee out of this cup when I need to just take the lid off and drink it. There we go, that's much better. Done with the coffee. And Elite Skirm on the way, Cavalier and Leather Archer Armor on the way. KingstoNe doing double duty. Hello, Miss Luna Rain on Twitch. Cooking with 30% last score. I don't know, maybe there's a way she can come back if she gets enough raids. But it's still 150 pop to 200. And doing everything she can to deny the gold from KingstoNe. Even with a TC there, he's dealing with some Cavalier raids. They're the Halbs though, and the Halbs will make the Cavalier raids much less effective. She's doing guilds, doing plate barding armor. She is Imp. And running to all four corners of the map to keep her eco running. Cavalier is trying to fight the Vils. Vil there for KingstoNe with low HP. Yeah, it is ranked. It is ranked. Couple of Vils going down. Vil goes down there as Halbs poke down the Cavalier. And we'll also have Iron Casting on the way over here for KingstoNe. His score lead keeps increasing. I think Gabi's ability to deny gold probably not going to be enough. And she's doing Ring Archer armor and adding in skirms. So still holding with skirms. Still trying to hold on. Hope that maybe in the super long run, she can maybe go Skirm, Halb, Scout, have all the trash lines. You could win. Eagles on the way now for KingstoNe. Maybe he does need to think about that Hulcha Javelineer while he's floating. Maybe he needs to think about El Dorado if he's going to go Eagles. It's a lot of gold, though, for Eagles, and he still is struggling for the gold. He needs to just treb down these towers. Longer-lasting gold for the Maya here will actually be a double-edged sword, as KingstoNe will have more gold left over after Gabi's been mining it. Treb going for the tower. She's trying to do more stables now. More ranges. Could go hand cannoneers with chemistry to deal with the eagle swap. And still not Arb for the crossbows. And maybe the Cavaliers could push the Trebs. Oh, KingstoNe, Gabi's gonna make him finish this off as she's gotten to 100 to 180 pop. As much as KingstoNe's been pushing, you don't have those late game hussars to go for those cheap raids, those food only raids. Rams will be stopped, Trebs will be stopped. Skirms can pick off that Treb. And down it goes, down it goes. Yeah, Skirm's OP. And KingstoNe's still with that, what's the phrase? The single-minded avoidance of Maya Skirms? All the mangonels go down to the Cavaliers, and he is being pushed back. Still not able to take this gold. Those towers still being annoying. Stable in the back. Well, I guess she won't even need to upgrade to light cav. She could just do, like, blast furnace, then try to raid. The castles were forward, so they're not defending the farming eco. She's still mining that gold as much as she can. Why is the score like this with similar res collected in KD? Because Gabi has been making Cavaliers. KingstoNe's been making cheap Maya archers. So there is a resource investment difference in the KD. That I think comes into play for the KD. But yeah, 5k score when the KD is in favor of Gabi and the res collected are close. That is a good question to ask. But now Eagles are coming in, raiding Vills on the wood line. Gabi's gonna have to garrison that TC and still lose a few Vills. No El Dorado, though. No El Dorado, and KingstoNe without the gold for El Dorado. So the Cavaliers can keep running around. Also buildings, right? Buildings that are not shown in capture rate, right? Gabi losing all the buildings at the front of her base, when she's been raiding Vills but not really doing siege herself, means that the score is going to account for the cost of the buildings. I mean, maybe that's the main component there. Buildings. Buildings and then cost of units. But now Cavaliers should do well against Eagles, particularly the Teuton Cavaliers when the Eagles don't have El Dorado. Yeah, this one game, we're now almost at the 1 hour mark, was as long as KingstoNe versus Andy the entire set, almost. Yeah, I casted that for 1 hour, now we're at 1 hour 40 into the stream, so... Yeah, that's true, Teuton Cav is slow. The Eagles actually are faster than the Teuton Cav. The elite Eagle Warrior runs faster than the guy on the horse. Engineer's out for Gabi to help defend. And KingstoNe's still with a good bank of resources, but still getting pushed. Gabi still has gold access. She's rebuilding her TC down here, taking both of KingstoNe's gold. I think KingstoNe does need to come forward and take this gold, but at least Gabi with that outpost will have vision if he ever does. Crop rotation, two-man saw. She is ready for the long game with crop rotation. This is a ladder game. This is a ladder game. Cryptic. She's raiding with scouts, down by 5k score. She's saying ACCM resigns too soon. Time to poke with the halb, and I mean, Stable's in the back of the eco. She's now at 200 pop. KingstoNe not quite there. Is there still a chance that she can do this? Here come the Eagles going for the skirm. She gets a TC up to help protect the Vills. Cavaliers and skirms now against Eagle halb. Where the Cavalier number is bigger, I'd say they should be favored in this fight. But they're not, and the Teuton Skirm still with no bracer will be very ineffective against the Eagles. The Eagles will take 1 damage from the Skirms. Yeah, Gabi is playing against Fire next week, or later this week over the weekend, for a spot in Gold League. Winner goes to Gold, loser goes to Silver. And later tonight, we're going to cast I think I'll stay on and cast the Silver Qualifier at 23 GMT. See, well, I need to do some math. 23 minus 5 is 18, and then 18 minus 12 would be 6. So in 3 hours at 6 p.m., if I do that correctly? Do that math correctly? Okay, now KingstoNe pushing Gabi off of these golds in the south. She still has scouts in the back, but it's hard to do scout raids when it's only scouts and you're fighting halbs. And still does need Blast Furnace for the scouts. Castle taking out some hand cannons. Arb can... That's true, he probably should have done Arb at this point. Here, an hour into the game. And at this point, maybe he could have afforded Arb. Alright about that. But Elite Skirm will be his priority. Not going to go for the single-minded avoidance of Maya Skirms. Does have to remember, though, that he has the unique tech, Volhulcha Javelineers. And there's a lot of population for cleaning Gabi. Gabi's starting to drop in pop. And Teuton Skirms won't be all that effective. She hasn't teched into halbs. And El Dorado, actually. That'll be the tech for KingstoNe. El Dorado for the Eagles, as he keeps climbing in score. Bill goes down and the halb picks the scout. And the scout's running around hitting Vills. Wanted to cast Thalassocracy, but now we have at least it's a land map we get. I mean, I guess both the unique techs are useful for the Maya. So halbs, Eagles pushing the TC. TC will get some shots. Engineer coming out, we'll go for the Monk. Monk goes down. Vills here are going to get massacred, and now Gabi's going to drop in Vill population too. And still the gold that she'd been taking for a while in different areas of the map. Now is, I think, finally going to be fully under control of KingstoNe. Still is annoying that all these stables are in the back of his base, and he's losing vills too, but not as fast as Gabi is. She is now rapidly dropping in pop. Has a decent stockpile of resources, but on only 1 TC, can't reproduce vills all that quickly. And she'll try to add another TC to the north on the wood line. We might need. She spent so much stone on towers. It's gonna be hard to get stone now for TC. I think all the stone has either been mined or is under control where no one can really go for it. You like the Teutons here late game. It's now around 7,000 more score. As Gabi's about to hit 13k score. Range getting tribbed. And scouts picking off of villagers. Down they go. Lots of stuff going down to the hand cannoneers and the skirms. Yeah, paladins and hand cannons. Well, hand cannons will definitely be useful, but okay, Gabi's gonna call the GG. KingstoNe will win this ladder game. So finally it's a win after being swept by Andy. Has a better KD for Gabi, but I think that someone mentioned the buildings, that'll be the score there. 92 to 28 building raises versus losses. In addition to, I mean, ecos were neck and neck for a while. But, always gotta remember the building difference. And I feel like maybe the difference, right? There was a big difference in imp timing, but it kind of came in that, like, mid-castle to late imp, where there were a lot of nice things Gabi did, stalling out the imp timing with the towers and the night raids. Maybe if she could have added a 4th TC in late castle, then could have had the ability to get an eco lead, and then do something in imp. But, yeah, I think Maya a lot smoother to play than Teutons. So I'm going to do a quick update of... Could still play on, keep him hostage. Well, yeah, that one game was longer than our Stronghold Frenzy set. I need to go update my game, so I'm going to take a quick break myself, and we'll cast some Thalassocracy. So I'll be right back, and I'm going to swap my game over to the other patch, and we'll do some Thalassocracy. Is it possible to explore 100% of a normally explored map? Yeah, you just gotta go everywhere. It is. All right, I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. I got my game updated. Thank you, Dakota Fred, for the sub. Thank you very much for the support. And hello, His Royal Freshness. Louch, how you doing, Louch? And Plasma Beam, hello. And, right, let me just start the game and I'll update my stream title and everything. Migration here for Nahuel versus Mihai. And this is, or Nahuel. Update YouTube as well. Thanks for sticking around. Do I have a thumbnail that would work for this? I swear that I did. Maybe I don't. Maybe in another folder. Well, let me game started. I should actually show the game while I do this. Right. I just swap my scene. There we go. So Mihai, Nahuel, and excuse me as I get everything updated. Where do I have a thumbnail? This will be the best one. It says show match. But that's the closest I can get to for the thumbnails I have right now. Alright, I think we've updated all the titles and everything. So we're good there. It's Migration. I always love a good game of Migration. And we will have the best of 5. Thalassocracy 2, round of 64. Alright, so Mihai in the yellow, Nahuel as the cyan. 2 wonderful colors. And it'll be a big Galley and Hulk war. Remember, Hulks are supposed to counter fires, but they're so speedy. They're 0.5 speed. They're faster than Galleys and kind of counter them too. And thank you again, Dakota Fred. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate the sub. Helps pay for the coffee that keeps me awake to cast. And now, of course, the Hulks. Remember, they have ropes attached to the anchors. But Capture Age does not render them yet. Oh my gosh, I'm on the wrong version of Capture Age. Hold on. I gotta swap this. Swap this over. Sorry, chat. This will take a moment. Here we go. Thalassocracy Capture Age. There we go. This won't show them either, but it will show the tech trees properly. All the new stuff. Siphons and Fast Fire Ship having the same icon. And later tonight we'll have a TTL match. Nice dance, Red Cliffy. And around the top of the map, we'll have some Galleys and Hulks chasing each other around. Galleys trying to run back. And Castle Age for both, but slightly faster for Mihai. Bengalis versus Persians. Bengalis will have better monks if they transport to the middle. But Nahuel already is in the middle, with a lot of vills just running around. Galley's trying to push forward. Well, I'm glad I came up with that Teutonic Knight emote. I enjoy it. So, Bodkin right away from Mihai, and Bosaw Bodkin medium warships. The water map version of Bodkrosaw. So here we have a pause, and Nahuel needs a sec. It's a second. Oh yeah, also this is we have the special version of Capture Age for this. We have stuff that's not blurred out. Oh my gosh, that warning friendly fire icon. It makes me want to click it and see if something's wrong. And playing on the Thor's Hammer map? That's what this looks like, Thor's Hammer? I already said it looked like a capital I. But I guess that's one interpretation. I was thinking for future versions of Migration. And as I look at this, I don't know... I think this is one of my versions of Migration that they're using. Yeah, I can tell because of the terrains and the style of terrain I was using when I made this one. As I was trying to replicate the original map. I was wondering about making it so that the back of the islands actually spawn away from the edge of the map so you can sail around. In the original Migration, the islands were just like wild. They could be all the way against the edge. You could be forward, not touching the edge. You could actually have the mainland spawn like on like half the map, and then the two islands would be on the other side. They'd be right next to each other and it'd be an aggressive grush map. The version I have here is a bit more settled and consistent. But I was wondering if maybe settled and consistent but away from the edge of the map would make it any different. Those are one well placed. Yeah, I like the hills on this one. I think I got a good hill generation where they're clumpy enough that you can go to the top of them, but they're also like they're not like spread out so much, so there's more room for TCs. And that's the key, making sure you can still take the TCs. I might add sheep back to the middle like the original map had. I would need to decide if they should be capturable by ships or not on the edges. And so Mihai landing the middle. He's gonna go monks and TCs. And bringing more Vils over. So Vil count's still pretty similar. Mihai taking a score lead though with a much better KD. I think that reflects his water micro. And they will have demolition ship on though. A demolition ship from Mihai. These things have been awful from everything I've seen. So monk bringing a relic in.
Ori, salam. آماده. آری، سلام.
And you know, both players converting a Vil. They should go fight now. See, I think we probably do have Loom for everyone. Yeah, it looks like every Vil here is Loom. And, well, Nahuel settling a bit on the water, pushed Mihai back. He's still down by 5 Vils, and more importantly, 1,000 resources collected. So in terms of clicking up to Imp, or going for a castle drop, Mihai will be ahead. One scout there against all these monks. There is the foundation. Maybe the war galleys could come over and partially deny some of the space there. Might get a Vil or two. They don't have ballistics though, so the Vil can dodge and debate. And Vils go for conversions on the war galley, and there is a castle going up here for Mihai. Aratha's on the way out. And castle going forward for Nahuel. Is he's going to redock at the front? and maybe go for some type of assault on Mihai's island. Fall back and give up ground in the middle. That's tricky because you're giving up 5 relics then. But, well, he can maybe bring one with him. There's a range. TC atop the hill, yes! This is exactly what I wanted with the hills. So there's room on top of them that you can place the TCs, more like AOC. Oh, beautiful. Not even near anything, but he's just doing it there, and I love it. It'll be a defensive TC. The mangonels will be below it instead of above it. There we go. Hills can garrison and break the monk conversions. And monk's gonna go for the houses. Has to be wary of the castle. He does see it. Will the monk... Ooh, tries to turn, but it's hit in the face. There's one puny feudal age demo. Not gonna do too much against these war hulks. And this dock will go down. More galleys forward for Mihai. He's up by about 2k score now, 15 vills. And this is it, a war elephant. Oh my gosh, he's gonna go elephants and push. Let's go elephant landing. Will have to be a quick defensive monastery then. And see, no devotion, no possibility for heresies of the Persians. Let's go. 20 pop on the transport. Oh, we forgot the scout. Scout will come over later. Okay, maybe Nahuel should just get admin win for the elephant. There he goes. Elephant. Look at it. It's a cyan elephant. Oh, yes. Look at it. Look at all of its majesty. Look at it go. Oh, there's a castle. Elephant. Struggle to find a space for a castle. Oh, it doesn't matter if it's a struggle. He found one. He found one. Defensive castle from Mihai does that immediately to counter this. And the elephant will start ramming those houses. Look at it go. Look at it go. And Red Cliffy. Hello, Red Cliffy. And Imp on the way from Mihai. Does it in the center island on a TC because he's afraid of this one being elephanted down, perhaps. And hello, the real Red Clifford. Oh, it's a Red Cliffy. Did y'all read that when you were kids? Like Clifford, the red dog, the big red dog? I don't remember any of that other than that existed. Feels hopping onto the transport. Imp, heavy plow, bloodlines, town watch, gold mining, stone mining, ballistics all on the way. Yeah, he's running away. Running to the middle. But I don't see a way for Nahuel to get Imp here. And if he doesn't get an Imp, he's not going to have water. And if he doesn't have water, he'll eventually lose his 2 islands. The tower is there to try to keep the ships away from the wood lines. But you'll need Bodkin, and remember, Persian towers don't even have the option for Bracer were he to get Imp. So maybe he can inch his way to the edge with towers. But I think Mihai is well on his way to winning this map. That Navy micro. Oh, there's another Red Clifford who plays T90 community games. Really, there's 3 of them. I'm sure there's probably lots of them. Fireship goes down. Market gets rammed down. And Vills hop in the ram. And we'll go for the TC. Chemistry Bracer on the way from Mihai, who is Imp. Now, Elephant, he's majestic, but might not be enough to win the game. I love the little spikes he's got on his legs. Like, stay away from my legs. You're not gonna stab my knee. Like Mary did to the Witch King. But despite the majesty of the elephant, Mihai will win. See, we joined late and don't have all the KD, but from what we have, you can see he was dominant. And we even have an APM chart where total APM he had more clicks. Castle Race in the middle would have been won, but then cut short by a Treb fight. Elephant still only counts as 1 kill. That it does, that it does. Alright, so let's update this scoreboard. What do we have here? This is a best of 5. This is Mihai against Nahuel with an L. And what number is he? What number is Nahuel? It's Nahuel 05. Well, at least he has a good number. And this is the round of 64. And Pacific Islands will be the next map. So if you liked Migration, I'm sure you'll like more different Migration. As it'll be Vikings for Nahuel and Wu for Mihai. And they're loading in. 69? No, he's not a 69. He's a reasonable person who's not just going to throw 69 into his name. I see Doubt's still streaming. Oh, is there more Thalassocracy? Is Valessa versus Uzi going on now? Oh, that's done, but Dave is still casting it, I guess. We're doing the Rex. See, Dennis Jordan will be tomorrow. I probably won't stream tomorrow. I'm going to probably take another day or two as a break from streaming. I was hoping to take today as a break, but then the semifinals were today. So my breaks will be the next 2 days. Migration, Pacific Islands, Golden Swamp. Are they launching? They're almost there. Spec delay. Okay, we're good. So after the Cyan War Elephant, Nahuel might be blessing us with some Cyan longboats. Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about for migration. Nahuel's island does not go all the way to the edge. Mihai's does. So is it an advantage to sail around the back? A disadvantage? I don't know. I don't pick favorites from that bookshelf because I know several of the authors. I'm not going to pick favorites. That's my rule. No favorite picking. How you get through the day? You could, I don't know, go watch a VOD. You can do a playlist of the pacifist campaigns. So Scout on the transport immediately goes forward, and I wonder if this is going to be Nahuel going for a Buffalo Lame. Could be there for a Buffalo Lame. Either that or a Dock Lame. One or the other. He's going to see the island. He sees both islands, and there he goes. And can he get the Buffaloes? They're away from the TC. Will this be a heist? Will this be a heist? Let's go, Nahuel. Let's go. Just head to the right. Head to the right. Ooh, Mihai sees it. He sees it and he's like, oh no, my buffaloes. Don't take my buffaloes. He's in the middle now with his scout, so nothing to defend against this. Mihai not going for the heist or for the dock attack. Alright, just scouting around. And buffaloes might get by the TC. Scout still hoovering a bit. And we'll get potentially around the back. Play as Celt so you can rob every water buffalo and win every single time. Maybe, Casaros, maybe that's the play. I mean, what's stopping you from doing that? Nothing, right? Like, now that the transport ship has 20 capacity, you can fit all of them there. If you're the Celts, then obviously your opponent didn't draft the Celts, so there's nothing stopping you. I mean, all you need to do is capture them and get them to the transport. Your opponent, then the only thing they can do is try to kill them. Honestly, that actually sounds like a good idea. Wu win this easily, at least on land. Oh, I would think Berserks should be good against the Wu. Although, to be fair, the Wu, do they have Fire Lancers? Okay, at least they don't have Fire Lancers. Yeah, they predate Fire Lancers. Oh, what's this? What's this? It's a Rhino. Okay. For a second, I saw a flashing dot and thought it might have been a Buffalo Heist, but no, just a Rhino. Let's see. It's always worrying to get Discord pings when you're streaming. Because it might be something urgent you need to handle during the stream. Oh, that one. I don't know if any of you guys ever played on Voobly. Hopefully a lot of you did. But there was always the annoyance that in your settings you could turn on whether or not people who were not on your friends list could message you. And every so often you'd get a message from someone who wasn't on your friends list, and you'd try to reply, and then they would have that setting turned off so you couldn't reply to them. It was so silly, like they'd be messaging you and trying to get a response and you couldn't say anything, and you'd be trying. And couldn't send it through. Yesterday, I also thought Vikings will lose hard. On water, like the tricky thing about Vikings on this map is longboats in the Castle Age. And it feels like in the current water balance, longboats probably dominate. It's like they should counter the Warhulk Carrack line in theory. Probably not going to go demos against them or anything these days with how much they've been nerfed. Fast fire is usually countered by longboats. And a galleon, probably your best option against the longboats. Some type of galleon fast fire combo. But then the Vikings can do their own cheaper galleon too. So I don't know, sometimes this just becomes a land map where you win by winning land. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen. Voobly. I miss those sounds. Oh no. Dang it. I thought he was going to go forward. Thought he was going to go forward and do the landing on the enemy island. But no, he's on the neutral island. Doing a dock. He's going to go forward docks. Okay, forward docks. And okay, so forward docks usually are good against the Vikings because you attack them before they can amass galleys. But the problem is you're in the new balance, so you're not going to have demos. And the Vikings aren't going to be lacking fire galleys. They're going to be lacking demos. And maybe they just go hulks. Maybe they just go hulk. Longboats lost to dragon ships the other day, did they? Well, no dragon ships here. That's right, they did. In that MBL set. And Vil gonna hop on the transport. The Vils don't have loom. Mihai risked the forward with no loom. But now Nahuel will need to bring his scout back. Ooh, the Vils have to worry about the tiger. Have to worry about the tiger. Low HP Vil left over here. Scout could maybe hoover its way on back. There's a Hulk. And okay, Mihai gonna be sneaky. Add some archery ranges over here. Add some archery ranges. Behind the wood line as a sneak. Sailing over there would be great, but I think this will be where it comes in. And now the Hulk will, of course, counter the galleys. That's what they do. Transport ships don't block the ropes and anchors like they do the fire. Oh yeah, garrisoned fishing ships in the dock. So you can't actually pressure the dock. And the Hulk will sail away, low HP. But look for repairs so we can fight another day. So another dock, and then double bit axe here from Mihai. Yeah, garrison docks shoot arrows. Yes, that is in the new patch. You can garrison up to 5 fishing ships in a dock, and it will then shoot arrows. So the new water balance, I have to say, the more I cast it, the more I feel like it really doesn't do anything that's like good to water. It's just kind of different, but in a lot of ways, maybe even a bit more snowbally. Because the dock doesn't do enough damage to stop ships from attacking it. And they're still idled, but in the long run, it just means that the defender now can't do any counterattack damage if they sail forward. So getting a slight lead and winning the front, and not being vulnerable to being attacked, I think snowballs a bit harder than it did in the current one where you can't garrison the docks and you at least have to run your fish. Is Fast Imp Fast Fire a good team game strat? Depends on the map. On Migration 4v4s, what we had seen last time we did that map in Nations Cup was, for a while teams had one player, like a Byzantine player, be the pocket and go Fast Imp Fast Fires. But in general, that strategy kind of fell off because you'd win the water and lose the land without both pockets booming on land. And it kind of fell off towards both pockets. Well, maybe do a couple of fires, but spend more time booming and controlling the middle while the flanks dance on water as long as they can. And then even if you lose the water, you gain the middle, and then you win the game from the middle. Maybe it would be more interesting if we had maybe oysters somewhere on Migration, but I don't think they provide enough of a gold boost to make up for having lost the middle. Alright, fishing ships going down. And Villas want to hop onto the transport. Transport can go to the middle. And just galleys for Nahuel. Vikings at least still get their discount. But now here comes the sneak from Mihai. He has fletching on the archers. And that's 2 archers soon to be joined by a 3rd. Defensive tower from Nahuel, and lots of walls from him. House walling his villas away from the straggler. Compared to other big changes? The thing about the water change is I feel like it just doesn't really do anything. I don't feel like it's like necessarily like horrible. And there was like some nice things like cleaning up the dock interface, but all in all, I don't think this makes water more interesting or more exciting or less boring. I think it's going to be largely the same. I haven't really felt like there's a meta difference in casting any of these games. I don't think introducing another melee ship was the right approach to adjusting water. I think that's my biggest takeaway. So now the archers trying to kill Vils. They will force up another tower. And the Vils will try to stay by the base of the tower and kill the archers. Archers at least doing a good bit of damage, but the Vils are just going garrison, or not, Nahuel not paying attention. Vil doesn't garrison. And the other Vil has to run away as this archer dodges. And up here, hulks and galleys come forward. And this feels like another win for Mihai on the water here. Going to push into the Navy. And has a good combination of Hulk fire and fire. Winning against the seeming galleys. And see, okay, he does get cleaned a bit, but he gets the fishing ships. Fishing ships kind of distracted the Hulks for a bit. I mean, we did see that water nomad game where amassing galleys in the long run was better than the Hulks. But you needed a really good mass of galleys to take good fights against the Hulks. And the Hulks were certainly dominant in small numbers. I think the worst part about this is moving techs into the university. How does this work with Wu being able to research careening and feudal? Oh! Right. If careening's in feudal... Looks like it just says careening and dry dock are free, so they probably get them instantly upon hitting the castle age now, instead of being able to do it early. So it looks like that changed. That was a good question. I think that's the answer. They'll get it for free upon hitting the castle age, and then dry dock free upon imp. Because yeah, they did take all the upgrades from the dock and move them to the university, which gave them space to clean up the dock interface and introduce another ship. But also did, it did of course need to change a couple bonuses because of that. You're right about that. But won't have it in feudal, and honestly, I'd seen it in feudal. I don't think it really matters in feudal. I think the fire galleys were still doing 1 damage per attack in feudal. Mihai up to the castle age first. Nahuel not too far away. Let's see, he is walling in the archers from Mihai. Walling in the range. Let's see, 1 archer from Mihai is still out here. The scale mail armor has maybe it'll be Gian swordsman for him. Yeah, still quite a few warships for Nahuel. As he's going for a transport. But could he be transporting into Mihai's ships? No, Mihai turned around. He's just patrolling here. There is scale mail armor for Mihai. Tiger munching on a Vil down here. Munching on him. We'll have medium warships from Mihai. Tiger goes down. I guess the problem with making it free, and in Asia earlier, is that it now just says it's free. It doesn't say it's earlier anymore, because you wouldn't have the university, I guess, in the feudal age. And overall, I've never really been a fan of the age earlier techs. I feel like it doesn't really add any difference to the Civ in the long run, where it's still the same tech tree. But having it earlier doesn't add uniqueness to the Civ. It's just like you click it at a different time. And we've seen how they always have to be discounted to make it worthwhile. And I feel like often the discount ends up being the better bonus than the availability. And yeah, Jin swordsmen, of course, they are quite impervious to arrow fire. And it'll be a defensive stable for Nahuel, as now it's an 18 Vil lead for Mihai as he continues pushing on water, taking out docks, attempted longboats, and we'll see what they do. Ru's been very solid as feudal with the dry dock and feudal, really. I've seen that a couple of times, but I've never felt like it's actually been effective. I feel like the advantage of Wu is just their like food bonus that makes their build smoother. Double bit axe is discounted for Burgundians. It is discounted and in the Dark Age. That's how you can research it, because it's discounted in the Dark Age. The dock's going down, but some ships from the side might combo with longboats. The beautiful cyan-sailed longboats. Attacked, though, by hulks and fires right away. Hulk's turning around. Nahuel trying to win the fight. I think he will. So fire ships going down, forcing the ships away. And down they go. Alright, so barracks workshop here from Mihai. And he looked to push in the middle too. He's been everywhere. And looks like he had his range be destroyed. Or maybe just deleted to free the units. But he's still pushing with the GN swordsman. And I'm double checking to make sure the pause is not my internet dropping. Nahuel's internet is dropping. He needs a second for lag. Alright, so Friday I'll definitely be casting, because that'll be Gabi and Fire. 16 GMT.
Yes.
So I think tomorrow will be my day off. And here they go. So monks and Jin swordsmen running around. Attempted gates, now we're gating, trying to keep this out. Does so successfully for the moment and wants to maybe bring his ships over to clean it up. But I don't think those gates will hold for much longer. Longer than I thought. Not instantly going down. Gives the ships time to come over. And they will break through. There they go. The monks won't be so fortunate, and there will be a conversion. But that archer still has been there since feudal. Gonna go for the monk. Doesn't hit it and dies to the TC. But now Mihai can push on land, moving forward with some mangonels, and has a huge Vil lead, 76 to 43. So I don't think there's a world where Mihai loses this matchup now with those mangonels. It is so smooth to add Jin Swordsman on land. Hits that scout, and the stable will go down. Now, I wouldn't say they're bad in Imp. They're not the best heavy cav archer, but they're still useful. All depends on the composition you're fighting. And the timing and momentum for the resources in the economy. And well, I mean, it does hurt, but it depends on how you're playing them. If you're comboing them with, like, Hussars or Steppies that are in front, then you're not really taking much damage with the CA anyway if you keep them back. And so Nahuel desperately going to try to throw up a castle. And this is the advantage for the Vikings, the longboats, and I think you will win the water with longboats, and I don't think there's much of a question about that. But now that's over 6,000 extra resources collected from Mihai. Whenever he wants to go up, he can go up. With that economy of his. And he has to be careful not to lose too many vills on the starting island. Make sure to keep them useful. He'll want a castle himself. Not much gold collection from him as he keeps pushing. No defensive castle here from Nahuel. As he's going to be mangonelled and maybe pushed off of this TC. He has to worry about ships coming around. Okay, vills! Oh no, not enough garrison space, and they go down. There's the castle. Mangonel's working on the TC. Bills might need to repair here as some longboats come out. Mihai not noticing the need to repair. Not converting with monks either to keep the longbows at bay. More longboats coming out. And they get a mangonel. Looks like the TC probably will go down though. No repair attempts. And the castle does go up. Oh, there's the castle drop. There's the castle from Nahuel. He went forward for the castle. And we'll drop it on Mihai's TC. Another transport coming around. Oh my gosh, Mihai, put the vills on the transport. Here comes the... Oh, he thought better of it. Well, this is what I was saying. You gotta be careful not to lose all the vills on your starting island. He's got 37 vills. A couple of berserks will undoubtedly come raid him. Town watch on the way, but all of a sudden he loses this, and then... Here goes his vill lead, but now we're gonna call the GG anyway, as he gets pushed off of the middle. And remember, Mihai's still with that barracks here on land, so that's 2-0 for Mihai. For a second, I thought maybe there could be a massacre, but I think Res Collector is still too far apart for that to have mattered. So better KD for Nahuel, but not nearly there on the Eco. Or even on the APM. Alright, so that's 2-0 for Mihai. And he'll look to close it out in their next game, which doesn't show me the map. And it'll be Shoals. Alright, Shoals. And again, there's TTL in like 1 hour. Yeah, 6 p.m. That'll be FedEx versus No Zombie. So we'll swap, maybe do a ranked game or two before that. Alright, I'm just going to run to the bathroom real quick before this next game, so stay tuned, and I'll be right back. Alright, see, we're back, and we are into the game. There we go. Alright, Shoals. So, let's see, are there any missing deer for our base to call an admin reef for? Nope, 10 deer. Where are the other 10 I'm selecting? Hold on. Gonna be, over there. So, Shoals, Malay, Italians, are y'all ready for some galleys and some hulks? That's probably what we're gonna see. base has definitely been that down. Bugged map for a deer that was there the entire time. that was a good one. I got tagged all over the place for that. Literally all over the place. What is the short term for we all? There isn't one in English. I mean, we all itself should probably just be we. Or rather, all of us. We all is just kind of a slang. Nah, you can't put a y'all at the end of we. That doesn't work at all. So let's see, fish. This feels like an earlier version of the TTL shoals, and not the current one. I don't know why they didn't take the current one. Maybe they were more afraid of missing deer than they needed to be. I improved the deer spawn from the previous shoals too, so shouldn't be a thing. So 5 on the deer, a couple on the wood. I'll chop a reed and then build a dock. I just wanted the dock exactly in that spot, so I had to chop the reed. And deer here being pushed in from Nahuel. And taken by those villagers. So what this village can do, we'll add a dock. Well, here pushing in some deer, more deer on the way. And a rhino coming in from the villager. So how's here from this fill from Mihai? And a lumber camp for all those vills. Deer pushed here for Nahuel. And Vill comes over for the rhino. And just check something out for make sure my chat's up. Okay. Second, I thought YouTube YouTube chat had frozen for a second, but I think we're good. Alright, some vills for Nahuel coming out to the side. And adding in a house. Scout pushes in a deer. Tries to get it by the TC. And there it goes under the TC. Nicely done. Got also pushing in a deer. Vills take the deer under the TC. Vills go out for another lumber camp. And it'll be feudal first for Mihai. So Mihai has the melee. Looks like he's not going to go for the fast castle approach on the map. We'll just go feudal. We'll see if his galleys are whole. Because I have seen galleys usually. And from what I've seen in TTL, I have liked the feudal into galleys approach more than the FC fires. Italians, though, with the cheap age ups might want to go FC fires. But I just think you can't get enough fires out by the time the galley player has amassed galleys. And they'll have a better fishing eco too. Cover the whole map with scouts with the deer behind them frozen in place. Well, that'll still take 2 minutes for our base to pass the spectator delay for the World's Edge events. Saboteurs will be a bit more immediate, and at least signal to everyone that something bad happened. So another dock for Nahuel. As fish are everywhere. And galley production starting from Mihai. He'll come forward. Oh, you know what? We need to check. Okay. I think Dave's casting this too, but there was a time I had accidentally removed or accidentally placed outlines behind the docks. Because personally I like them, but I can understand some people not liking them. But did I say docks? I meant rocks. One letter apart. Scout goes down. Oh, now look, you can garrison your fishing ships in the dock. There you go. FC Fire. Stronger because of that. Oof, I don't like the garrison in the dock at all. I feel like water needs to be punching for fishing ships. So tower hits the galley runs around. But yeah, I need to see a ship sail behind the dock to see if there are outlines. One time I had tested putting outlines behind the dock, and they were just like, okay, no outlines. Yeah, and I meant to turn it off because Team 90 didn't like it, but then I accidentally left it in, and we just rolled with it. But it was a complete accident. I was testing it and didn't intend it. So I had a copy and paste error, and I left it in the final script. So galley goes for the fishing ships, and loom is on the way from Mihai. Fire comes forward, and up we have another pause, probably another Nahuel lagging pause. Yeah, pause by Nahuel. Looks like some lag. Now maybe someday soon, like if my internet stays stable enough, I'll stop having a mini scare every time there's a pause and realize it's not my internet, it's just the players pausing. But we're good. We're not dropping at all. No, 0 frames dropped. We're stable. What did I set the Twitch bitrate to? Did I set that to 8K or 7.5? Check that, actually. $7.5, okay. Probably nudge that a bit closer to 8K, but hopefully we're alright with everything. Alright, so pause. How's everyone doing during the pause? Here we got the 4 galleys harassing the fish, but then the fire galley FC. You can already see the fire on the way for Nahuel. Fire is to attempt to counter the galleys. I wonder if FC Hulk or FC Galley could be even better. It'll probably be into medium warships as Mihai has 3 docks. And look at all these fishing ships he has. 11 fishing ships. He's gonna run out of fish soon. He'll indeed run out of fish fairly soon. Let's see, have the players been chatting anything? What's going on with these players? Have they... Alright, oh yeah, so Nahuel, he has been spamming the chat. So okay, they're gonna go. Any second now. Any second now? Okay, yeah, so he's really checking it out. Only trying to make sure it's good.
Yes.
And there we go. Hulk coming forward. Going for the fire. Galleys need to turn around. Fishing ship going down to the galleys. 5 HP left. And there you go. Castle Age. So 1 minute difference in the Castle Age. And look at that eco difference. That's like 500 extra food collected from the fish. Can we open the chart? What is it? Control Shift S? Yeah, let's open the eco chart. And yeah, look at that. Total productive worker time. Wait, total worker time. LM? What does LM mean? In the previous minute. No, in the previous minute. So this is... Oh, this isn't like total res collected? Wait. Where do I get total res... There, all resources collected. That's what I want. There we go. That's the graph I want. Yeah, Mihai. Pulling ahead. Last minute. I think... Oh, well, we have another pause. Another pause from Nahuel, who is feeling the lag. He is feeling the lag, and he feels it extra more because he's down 2-0. I know that. I know that feeling. You're in a tournament, and then it lags, and it's just... Yeah, it's so frustrating. Even, you know, at my level in an unimportant tournament, you can feel the lag, and you just feel it more. Here, he's still trying to find some way to stay alive against Mihai. He's trying to get the scouts in. I'm sure he wants it not to lag. So like the ASD stuff is him spamming the keyboard and seeing how long it takes to show up. To know if the lag is there or not. And it looks like Mihai will be walled by the time the scouts get in. I think he's walled behind this. Is he? Can they get in there? No way, I'm sure he'd be in. If he could. No hole anywhere here from Mihai. He's well walled. And don't think there's a passage in. Town watch is Mihai's up. And medium warships for Nahuel. He's mediumed. Hulks have to run away. And the Hulks shoot the other Hulks. Everything hulking each other here. But I think Mihai wins this. I think he wins it easily. And being walled on land meant the scouts did absolutely no damage. They have a bit of map control for getting the TCs. But yeah, that's a good win for Mihai. Maybe even push into the sea tower soon. Don't know how the Hulks do against the sea tower. I guess it doesn't have any melee armor, so the Hulks probably board the tower quickly and take it down. So fires all going down there. And more guys from behind can help take out the tower. Hulk will go down to it. Hulk smashed by the tower. I mean, that sea tower is crazy strong. You need fires to take it out, usually, on Shoals. So Mihai will get his own TC up. Oh, this version of Shoals has crocodiles on it. Bills will take that out. Another TC goes up on the side for Nahuel as he will mine stone. And he's going to hope that he can somehow hold on and then win as the Italians. That's looking harder and harder as Mihai's taking a good lead in the middle. What I've heard is the attack noise is too loud. So I'm going to try to do some modding tomorrow and make it quieter. I'll see what success I can find. Scouts pick off the Vil. Vil goes down to the scouts. Everything here going for the sea tower, fires, war galleys, the works, and the sea tower finally will go down. Scouts finally getting a bit of value, maybe at least seeing that Mihai did a TC, but the spears will fend them off right away. They'll have to run away. Monk wants a conversion on the war galley as the monk goes down. I've always loved AV2's sound design, but some of the recent new additions are a bit annoying. The white feather guards are particularly bad, almost painful to the ears. You know, there's something about the original sounds that I think I still like more than DE's sounds. It does feel a bit weird whenever I go back to the old sounds mod and like listen to that in DE. But there's something just like a bit more pleasing about it. Is there a hole here? No, there's not. So Mihai walled up nice quick walls from him, and doing sanctity there from the monastery. I don't know why I shook the water. It's not like it's a fizzy drink. Not much left in it. I'll need a refill. There was a wheelbarrow on the way for Nahuel. And okay, now we're making something happen. He's going for a castle drop. Going for a castle drop. And a workshop, so maybe he'll look to go for a castle age push. Mihai with another TC. He does have a 17 vil lead. Or actually the vils are tied. It's a 17 fishing ship lead for him. And you gotta be careful on this map. I mean, if you look at the mini-map, and you just look by his docks, you'll see that he doesn't actually have any fish left. If he were to come forward and dock, maybe he'd have a bit more access, but it's all shorefish here. And yeah, that's what he's getting on this side, the forward dock, with some more shorefish access, but no more deep fish. So it actually might not be as big of an eco lead as it looks like. Use the classic monk sound on the woman priest? What? I haven't played the new campaigns yet, and maybe that's a good reason not to. Is Vitalis still doing the OST? I haven't seen him post on his YouTube in a while. Ooh, gate. Wanted to trap, but no, Mihai might be yellow, but he's not the Viper. Don't get the market up in time either. Maybe he did a far market and a gate. And defensive castle from Mihai. He's on 4 TCs, but that's to make up for the one that'll go down. Light cav now from Nahuel. And still that 20 fishing ship lead. And while it does mean you do have to hold on to the water and lose it, and you're losing a ton of eco. So now Mihai wants a TC on the other side, 2 and 2 on the relics. Has a few fun ideas for missions. Okay, castle here will be constructed from Nahuel. Mihai mining stone doesn't have a counter castle ready. One relic in that monastery too, but the monastery is kissing the castle, so would need murder holes to take it out. And so far, no murder holes as expected from Nahuel. There is a Karambit warrior though, and we'll have another castle drop on the west from Mihai, and that will be in range of the TC. Also can still do Bodkin. We'll have Masonry on the way, and Imp on the way. Well, that's the Malay. By the time I notice he's Imp, he's clicked up already. Okay, huge ram push. Treb on the way. A few Karambits nearby. A lot of Vils. And if Mihai sees the Rams, you could maybe think about repairing. And I think it's maybe one Treb over here and then Karambits. He's going to try to get a Mangonel out. He'll do Masonry for the HP. The ally village builds a bridge and you have to defend them from the enemy or fleet and army. That's pretty cool. Oh, down here, wait, we have Karambit Warriors. Karambit Warriors in the eco. Karambit raid alert. And Nahe is suffering, or Nahuel is suffering. He's going for a ram push. Ram struggling a bit to path. Mangonel on the way out, so as long as villas repair, the Mangonel should repel the rams. It's just a matter of getting enough repairs in time. Maybe some Karambits could go for rams too. And let's see, Genoese crossbowmen will be in the murder hole's range, but splashed down on the side. Mihai winning everywhere. He has the water. He's raiding Nahuel's starting base. He's destroying the castles of Nahuel's forward. And there's going to be the GG is Nahuel. Bit of lag to deal with, but overall, Mihai, once again, the feudal galley play, winning over the fast fire play. So GG's for Mihai. He will advance. And now we have, I think, an hour before TTL. So I'll need to restart the game for the next patch. Let me go do that. For the old patch. Yeah, so update my stream title and everything. Let me double check what the matchup's going to be for tonight. It'll be FedEx versus No Zombie. Alright, FedEx versus No Zombie. Alright, let's swap overlay stuff over. This is the silver replacement qualifier. FedEx against No Zombie. I need to update my YouTube title too while swapping back to the other patch on Twitch. I mean on Steam, that's a none, and then we go to YouTube. Here we are on YouTube. Swap this over, get the TTL thumbnail going. There we go. Yeah, it should hopefully be good now. And yay, the game has updated. Let's go. Ugh. I guess we'll just cast some ranked games. So we have an hour to kill before this next one. Who is playing some ranked now? There's some Phosphoro. We could watch Phosphoro. Some Rage Force going on too with Doubt and Slam. Oh, T90's queuing. You want to wait and watch T90? Let's maybe we'll wait. We'll wait and we'll cast T90. I think people will like seeing T90. I think that's what people are gonna like. T90 games. Oh, there's a suspicious player alert who's queuing. Interesting. Is it like TOS games? I've heard that the multiplayer queue is kind of broken for team games, though. Like it like insta matches you, and then you get tons of out of syncs and alt F4s. So I've been hesitant to try it out. There's also Phosphoro playing, but I think we'll wait for T90 and see what he... Oh, T90 matched against the suspicious player, Aldiana Hot. So we will... Ooh, let's cast this and try to figure out who the suspicious player is. Has a lot of Mexican teammates. And Peru teammate. Did win against Scotty recently. Oh, and Dave, thank you for the raid. We have an hour to kill before we get to TTL. So we found T90 cast. He's queuing, but let me show you what we queued into. He managed to queue against someone named Aldiana Hot, and that is a suspicious player. So who is this suspicious player? I don't know, but T90 is against someone who is sus. Maybe the dashboard saw them vent. Imagine if this is... Well, the thing, it's... we check out the profile, and it's a bunch of Mexican teammates, which is not what you expect from Beery. Oh, thank you for using your Prime sub, Sus90. And thank you, Father Trays and Falconeer for the follows. Equals hot female villager in Spanish. What makes the player I don't know if maybe Happy leaves this in details. I don't know exactly what makes the players suspicious. What is that? What's that flag? CR. Does everyone know what that flag is? Oh, suddenly they're not suspicious anymore. Now they're in the game. Okay, let's get into the game though. I need to open up my non-Thalassocracy. Costa Rica. Okay, Costa Rica. Thank you, thank you. And capture age, hello, OBS, you gonna load capture age? Oh, I need to swap to the non-water capture age. There we go, now OBS will work. Alright, 15 seconds of spec delay, then we'll have T90 versus Sus Villager. Out of team games have 50% more players than a random map. More players playing. Oh, the game is over. The game's over. What? What is that? Out of sync detected. Oh, thanks D. And man, I was ready for some drama, and we go out of sync. This is the best of one ranked ladder there. Need to move my Lego Cobra car forward 1 inch? Why does it need to be forward 1 inch? Why does it need to be forward 1 inch? So we'll do that, but... Partially blocked by mic stand. Is that better? I mean, this might just be I went out of sync and can't spectate the game. Let's see if they're still playing it. Half an inch back, it's out of sync now. I mean, it's not really in focus. I don't really have the lighting to get it in focus while also having myself in focus. It says this game is still live, but maybe that's just a debate? Let me try to join it again. I don't have a secret in-game Smurf account. Yeah, it's just out of sync. Okay, I guess I can't actually spectate this. Could get a separate camera just for the... I mean, it's a static Cobra car, though. There's no animation. There's like a lighting kit I can get for it. Okay, so... The next step is the Enterprise D, though. That is being released as a Lego. So this seems like it's not going to work. Wrong version of AoE? No, I just updated. I queued out of the Thalassocracy version. We're good there. Sometimes just D just goes out of sync. Looks like they're still playing, so I don't know. There is a chat. They both said GLHF to each other. And I'll just try another game and see if that works. Let's see if we can watch Phosphoro. Alright, this is working. Alright, back to the lab. So back to the lab is Phosphoro. So what is Phosphoro doing as the Aztecs? What do the Aztecs do? You're an Arc 170. Was that like the Star Wars thing? Like the prequel X-Wing precursor from Episode 3? I definitely had a set like that. It's like you could like move the wings and drop some bombs from it. An elusive elephant and slipped up. Thank you for the follows. Justice for purple? I know, I wish that blue versus purple were easier to see. Whenever I cast blue-purple, people can't see it. Yes, this isn't TTL. We'll get to TTL in about 45 minutes. So it looks like Phosphoro with the Aztecs is going to go forward. And if you just go scouts, I think you should... Oh gosh, you can just go wolves and stop this. So triple monastery monk rush. Quadruple monastery monk rush. One monastery denied. So kind of what you do on arena. And I guess he's going no spears because he saw it was only archers. So 55 HP, and looks like we're getting caught up to real time right about now. So here we go. I don't even know what that blurred stat is. Total conversions, I guess. Yeah, the clone starfighter. All right. I also had the Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Anakin like Jedi Starfighter 2s from the Episode 3 intro. I also had the Luke X-Wing plus Yoda Hut set. That was one of my favorites. Phosphoro is back to the lab. He is a player who does crazy strats. Yoda, no, not Yoda the Hut, Yoda's Hut. Like the swamp place where he lived. You had to buy that as 2 sets, really. That was one set back in the day when it came out. Maybe like buying it these days is a different experience, though. Devotion in? Nope, he's not devoted. And he'll try to heal. Phosphoro is going to heal a monk while a scout tries to kill it. And the scout will be deleted. It's interesting. Phosphoro did a video about the monk bugs in the game right now. And they're really bugged. Yeah, monks will not like catch up to the unit they're trying to convert. Later was only Yoda's Hut, really? Your A-Wing was the favorite in the old video games? That was the really fast one in Rebel Strike. Oh, Karma in Effect, thank you for the sub. Now, thank you for continuing their sub from Prime/Gift to Tier 1. That's an oddly specific message. Oh, that's a better message. You converted a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. That is appropriate for a Monk Rush. There we go. Twitch giving me different messages in different places. Converted a sub, that's the correct verb for an AoE 2 game. So thank you very much. Understand why I just died when someone talked too much? Don't we all understand that? Oh. Yeah, I played Rogue Squadron 3, Rebel Strike. We have a sec from back to the lab. And frozen in time are these forward vills looking for a spot to build their own castle. The Jedi Starfighter with the sonic charges in Rebel Strike was great. That was, though, like, that's such a weird game, the third one, where they added all these foot scenarios, like, you're with, like, the worst gameplay ever. You just, like, ran around mashing A to shoot your blaster. It was a great flight sim that tried to do a bunch of weird stuff. How much HP on those monks? 60 hit points right now, 60. Cav archers here hitting Vills with the TC trying to defend them. At least they can shoot over here. Some monks will pop out and try to heal up the rest of the Vills, then maybe continue going forward. So there is a castle for Phosphoro, castle forward. Will we see some Jaguar warriors? Probably not, but he will take a forward gold. Maybe the castle could have been a few tiles over, hit both TCs and the gold, but I guess maybe the scouting information is at a premium for him. He will see the farm now. And break through the wall. He could steal and delete a farm, or 2 farms, and do another forward castle. That'd be a crazy position, but I don't think he can get there with the TCs. Okay, Vill's gonna go fight. The monks will convert. The monks will stand under 2 TCs worth of arrow fire and convert Vills. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 conversions. And you'll lose 4 or 5 monks, but run back. And he's still down by 7 Vills, and he's gonna lose the Vills too to the TC fire. And he'll get some Aztec cav archers in the castle to shoot more arrows. He wants more conversions. Kenny McCormick, too much to worry about. I wonder who this actually is. But too much to worry about as the archers run away. What is this monk avalanche? It's Phosphoro playing Aztecs. And he's ready for another castle. But our Persian player might be ready to do a defensive castle. I guess if you're the Aztecs, you're not worried about Persian castles and war elephants. Oh, Cav Archer's trying to jump monks, but still 60 hit points. And look at a handful of conversions, 3 conversions there. Not enough to survive, though. Maybe 1 monk will get away. No ballistics on the Cav Archer, so we can just sidestep, but they are faster. They'll run him down and gun him down. And then castle coming up. Nice haircut. I haven't gotten a haircut. Since like a week now. Forging. What's forging gonna do? Your own cav archers. Making a light cav swap, it looks like. We'll see how that works against Aztecs. Maybe used in combination with the cav archers. Still tricky to use under 2 castles. Surprised maybe there's been no workshop. Okay, he's gonna dive the gold. There he goes. Don't they require crazy micro? Yeah, but they're also good. Does he have redemption? No redemption, so no converting the stable as herbal medicine. And he's gonna be walled in maybe. Nice walls from red. And the light cav there, a couple getting converted. But not enough to win the fight. And there go the monks, maybe. And extra gold in the back, so red will find gold. Oh my gosh, he's finding a lumber camp. Vanilli's gonna stop him from building it. The Vills there are having a break. And they want to go see if they can tip the iceberg. If you remember that video. They can't build it. They're stuck, standing on top of their project. You should be able to tag people in the chat, Kai World over on YouTube. That should work. But anyway, more forward monasteries, but also some forward cav archers. They pick off a monk, and ooh, Phosphoro gonna lose monks over here. As long as Red's paying attention, which he's not. To be fair, lots to pay attention to. And well, good score lead for Red as he maintains an eco lead. Don't know if he'll ever have enough farmers really for light cap production though. That's one of the tricky things. The counter to monks is really expensive. And this TC about to go down, and the monks will just walk right on through it. Right through. In the select window? YouTube does have the select window. I guess maybe just on desktop. I don't know about if you're on mobile. It did, I think, on Android when I checked. But maybe some inferior phones don't. Does Phosphoro have this?
سلام
Like Wolf chasing some Vills as they run away. That's a big army. It's a big army. There's also a lot of conversions. He's actually ahead in Vills right now. He's the Vill lead. Hello, the best little sub. He's a Vill lead. Stuff being converted all over the place. Monks healing each other. Well, they have monk juice left after converting the Vills. They get one Cav Archer. Monks all go down, but then so does the TC. We'll have one TC left underneath a castle. Another TC going up on the side there for red. Trying to go to the side, and Phosphoro needs to be wary of some archers in the back, but he's now got a second TC himself. Phosphoro on 2 TCs. You don't see that too often. Games don't usually last that long. Doing more monasteries forward. He's got 41 Vills on gold. 41 Vills on gold. Still, I think he really does need redemption. I'm surprised he hasn't been converting these buildings. And give yourself 4 houses, 2 ranges, barracks. Up, we have another second. And then I need a pause from his opponent. Why pay 50 food when you could pay 100 gold? Like if you ran with Paradox, low Paradox. I still want to see the redemption. The best siege unit in the game. You stop the Cav Archers if you convert the ranges, and you get, remember, you get +5 extra HP as the Aztecs. I know, it's easy to say though. We don't know how tight the eco is. He's moving some Vills to wood. If he's paying attention, he'll slaughter the archers. He's not paying attention. He's paying attention to monks somewhere. Oh, there he goes, just in time to kill 1, kill 2, and ooh, the archer stops, so he goes down. So lucky for him to garrison just in the nick of time. Man, you can convert the stables too. Monks want conversions. Remember, monks are broken now. They can't chase units. They slow down to the speed of the unit, and it's pretty darn ridiculous. Swimming and running, but maybe stepping out of the pool to run for a second, add some farms. Monks are bugged. Yeah, monks are bugged. You probably saw Vipers. He might have had a couple clips where it happened, but basically, if a unit is slower than a monk, the monk slows down to the speed of the unit it's chasing, so it can't actually chase and catch up against siege like mangonels. So fervor, still nice for the Aztecs to get the extra HP, but moving faster kind of doesn't really help if you're still slower than, or as slow as, the units that you chase. Okay, now we have redemption, 65 hit points, and it is mass conversion time. Market, mining camp, everything. Mill, I'm sure, houses, all, send the monks, convert. The monks are all idle. House wall, needs the palisade wall though to finish keeping the monks out. I would want to see the conversions in the military buildings. Cav archers forward, but they will get a couple of kills. This is Phosphoro needing to pay attention again. And look at that field count, 63 to 47. He's up. 2 more TCs here for red. Phosphoro alt account back to the lab. Yep, this is a Phosphoro account. And we're getting basic red Phosphoro. Okay, just need 1 more house converted. And everything here, this is what I want to see with the monks. Especially from our perspective when there's no army here. Oh yeah, this is beautiful. Phosphoro is never going to need to build a house again if he converts these. There they are. Hello, Prof. Letozerna. Is Phosphoro a Pokemon reference? Or Back to the Lab, is that a Pokemon reference? I thought that was just like a general phrase. There's a Kaizo Ironmon. Yeah, I know that's what Dave has been doing. How does that relate to Phosphoro, though? Oh, wait, that's what Dave titles his streams. Now I get it. Back to the lab. I get it. I think that's just like what he titles them, though. I don't think that's related. So here's a problem for Phosphoro. He's out of gold. He's mined his main gold, he's mined his second gold, and his other gold is forward. What he could do, though, is convert this mining camp, maybe send villas here, get TC here. Actually, he's almost up to Imp. And wearing the same shirt. Oh, do you have a NAC Berlin Fellowship shirt? No, Gao gave this to me. Alright, is turbo housed? He is very housed. That is 55 housing space, 70 population. And Phosphoro, nice number of villas, he's up to Imp. How often do you see that? Phosphor up to Imp. That's gotta be a rare occurrence for him. It is. I know it is an Eminem reference. But I feel like I've seen that phrase used culturally. I know it's a lose yourself line. TC takes out the monks. Monks run around. yeah, a non-zero number of vills on food for Phosphoro. What is this? So I guess he has to use the market a bit and sell. Yeah, he's selling a lot for gold. When he gets Imp, I guess he can do trebs from the castle. He's still... You know, he's mined the forward gold, too. He's mined all the gold. Mined both of his golds and a forward gold. So some cav archers will hoover in his eco a bit. Take out the vills. Down they go. And then forward castle from him. That's a lot of 36 Aztec monks. 36 Aztec monks. That's a lot of hit points. 65. Still, I want to see the rest of the techs. I want to see that atonement come in. I want to see heresy come in. I guess he's struggling for gold though, without having more access. There's a castle up, killing some vills. Vills will have to run. What's the max of control groups again? You can go through, I think it was 1 through 9 on the original game. HD added 0. And I think there's a second row, so I think you could have maybe 20 control groups on DE, but you might need to set custom hotkeys for it. I've never used more than just the basic 9 myself. Honestly, I usually only use like 1 through 4. Okay, Aztec monks, what is their hit points? Still 65. Still maybe struggling to get upgrades as Phosphor is going for trebs. The light cav come in, a few converted cav archers here ready to help out in the fight. Monks have so much HP that they heal each other. And there is the GG as he doesn't clean all the monks. And Phosphor will win the ranked game. He will win it. We have 6 light cav there remaining, but how many conversions? Let's look at some stats. Look at some stats. 103 to 31 KD. But 75 conversions with a pie of 44 monks. So Phosphor with the Aztecs FC 4 Monastery Monk Rush wins. Monks OP? Even bugged. Even with devotion. Monks still OP. Right, so we have another 30 minutes until this game is supposed to start. Let's see what else is going on. Phosphor has found another game. It's an Aztecs Mirror. We also have Bruh versus MBL, which might be a normal game. T90 is still versus that... according to the dashboard, in that other game. No more chat, though, that we're going out of sync for. Maybe do Bruh versus MBL. That'll probably be a good one. 42K is getting smurfed. I mean, the Phosphor account, apparently. Well, dashboard says he's 2K5. I don't know if it's showing the right Elo account. But yeah, poor 1929 player getting smurfed on. I miss the Aztec mirrors we'd have on Arena sometimes. Those were fun. Okay, let's get Capture Age rolling. And swap over to Capture Age. Hello? Wait, why is my Capture Age window not there? There we are. Alright, so Bruh likes to pick green. So we shall put MBL then, I guess, in the blue. And keep Bruh with his color. So it'll be green for Bruh as the Huns. Blue for MBL as the Ethiopians. Huns on Arabia. Oh, wow, look at this mini-map. Oh my gosh, this is one of those mini-maps where the players have large woodlines far from their TC, but no hills by their TC, or very few hills. But then the rest of the map has huge hills, and you can kind of see the cutouts on the mini-map. Where, like, if we get the, let's get the view down. Look at the mini-map here, you can see how MBL's base And then Bruh's base, how the circle for their wood lines contains very minimal elevation. Now there are 4 wood lines, and then bam, the rest of the map is hills everywhere. And oh my gosh, the wood lines avoiding the cliff too. Oh, avoiding the cliff. I always find this hysterical. Oh, there's a dashboard way to see the account if I hover over the swords. Wait, where are the swords? Phosphoro. I don't see swords. I don't see swords anywhere. Anyway, back to the game. A palisade wall going up a couple of houses for MBL. Can I do it here? Those are the only swords I see. I think Paradox meant the spectator dashboard, not capture age. The live games part. Oh gosh, look at that alt tab breaking capture age. Oh, T90 found a real game now against shiXo. I don't see. Oh, there we are. I don't get anything when I hover. There's no information when I hover. I see the swords now. That's in ongoing matches. I don't see anything there. Yeah, the match command shows a count, but that might not be a thing. So scouts here coming forward for MBL. It'll be scout versus scout. They'll find a spear. And he'll have to avoid taking damage here if he can. Ooh, Zigzag is just passing with a crossover. It was not on his main. Okay, Paradox confirming. It was a Smurf. He's testing strats. There's one of the many test strat accounts. He has a range for Bruh. And a couple of farms coming up there by the TC. And then walls, palisade walls for Bruh. It's such weird wood lines when they have so little area to spawn and have to avoid the player bases. Arabia Huns. I miss Arabia. I was talking earlier, I kind of would like to do a Arabia Huns, like maybe a quick weekend event. Like maybe a Friday through Sunday bracket of Arabia Huns. Or even maybe like a Monday through Thursday. Something real quick to get Arabia Huns in. I miss those days. I think we need a map that's a bit more random than DE's map, though. I think it would get kind of stale if we're just kind of like playing mirrored forest, mirrored everything. Yeah, Bruh's been active. Bruh hasn't gone anywhere. I think he's been I don't know if he still is, but he was working for Forgotten Empires for a while. He's been around. Who is Bruh? He's the green player. He's a fairly well-known Brazilian player. Okay, ooh, some pokes. Not running the scouts away, and they do get poked down. Archers coming around, they can deal with the spears. And don't think this wall for MBL will be up in time. Spears here will go down. Scouts will go pick the Vil. Archers hit the Vil. And this wolf, the Arabian wolf, comes around. Let's get a nibble out of the archer, but the archers pick it off. And there goes the gold from MBL. Here goes the gold, and he doesn't yet have skirmishers out. Only 2 skirms. What is this? MBL doesn't have enough skirms. Not used to saying that. Bloodlines without mining gold. You can do that if you skip loom. Ethiopians can do that, but they don't have bloodlines. They have the gold for it. But no bloodlines for MBL. No bloodlines for Bruh. No bloodlines for anyone. Scouts. Or spears going down, but I got a couple of pokes in the meantime. And while they're cleaned, so too are the archers from Bruh, as MBL has amassed enough army to take a fight. On the spear from Bruh, that wasn't over, but defender's advantage working out for MBL. The spear gets a poke. And the scouts go down. Down they go. Skirms take the spear. Look at all those little plant things next to the mill. It's almost like its own berry patch. Ethiopians don't get bloodlines. Skipping loom for bloodlines can kind of be a thing, like if you kill the enemy's scout and then the scout that they're not drushing, you could consider it. But it's also a big risk. I've done it a couple times as like a scout pocket on Arabia. You just have to be extra secure that you're not going to be hit by the opposite side of the map if they run around. Because then you can do an early bloodlines. So Bro with the score lead, Vilcount's still the same, he will be adding in Wheelbarrow. I feel like that Wheelbarrow is a bit earlier than we usually see it these days, but Hun's trying to go scouts into 2 ranges, skirms and archers. I'll probably be mostly archers. Feels kind of old school. See if he goes cav archers. The Ethiopians do have camels against the Huns. They don't have great camels without the bloodlines, of course. Now we'll also miss the final armor. An imp. Against early knights, a couple of camels can still be handy. And here's Castle Age first for MBL, but not quite up yet. Did invest a lot into those scouts. Hasn't done bloodlines, but will be doing Wheelbarrow before going up. Has a market, so probably can buy himself up once Wheelbarrow finishes, and won't be too far behind MBL. And there he goes, buying food, selling stone, selling wood. Selling stone, interesting, so not going to go 2 TCs. Still hasn't walled. If he walled over here, he'd be very safe. Remember the old school Arabia days when it was stone walls everywhere? The Viper versus Tim days. Alright, remember everyone stay hydrated. Exactly, GG, well walled. -3. Does that apply to cav archers? I actually never thought about that. Royal errors. From mounted units, I guess that does apply to cav archers. Last I saw him play was the Nations Cup 2023. He was on the Chinese team that won. But I haven't seen him around since then. Why do they rarely use combined fog? I don't think it really adds much. I think you're more curious about whether or not, like, units show up in, like, whether they're seen as part of a sneak, or whether one player is aware of something, and the combined fog doesn't really answer any useful questions. And then it's usually a better observing experience to be able to see everything. We turn on spy standard. Wait, how do we do? Is it spy? Is that combined fog? That's not combined fog. What is combined? How do I even do that? Oh, well, that answers it. I don't even know how to turn it on. It shouldn't be that hard, right? Standard military resource. Oh, I didn't even realize that was a thing I could do. You go to the resource map and I can see the relics properly. Oh, the relics are huge on this version. Oh gosh, that's going to be so useful. How did I not realize I could do that? I guess the world icon wasn't really indicative of anything. Tim Riet, Viper Jordan? No, that's not OG. OG was like Doubt and Chris. Aelin Grunt. Cab. That was a Tyrant team for a while. Viper Jordan, Doubt, Cab. So TC coming here, and some hairs going next to the TC. So that'll be some late hair eco for Bruh. Will get the TC up though, as MBL's coming forward. MBL walled enough that Bruh hasn't been able to do damage, even with those elite skirms. And does the TC go up in time? And here's the question, does MBL see the TC? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And this could be rough. Another Vil on the way. He's going to get right on top of the Vils before attacking. There's one Vil down. Do all the Vils go down? All the Vils might go down. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dead Vils. And now it's a 15 Vil lead for MBL, as Bruh has been unable to do damage behind MBL's walls. This might be a GG well-walled moment, as Bruh forward with the Mangonel. But already a workshop and defensive Mangonels on the way for MBL. The MBL Mangonel, and we all know how good MBL's Mangonel Micro is. Yeah, Grunt, Cab, Jordan, Doubt, and Viper. Viper was not the old school. Viper was the young player at one point. Now it's hard to believe that. Mango BL, let's see how that's doing. You make me think of Mangonels and Bloodlines with extra HP. Ooh, gets a good shot on the skirms. And Bruh's gonna be forced back, and I think MBL safely has won this with a 20 Vil lead. If you have that eco lead and you're already ahead in score, then you know things are going really well. Hello Major Blazer, good evening to you. Alright, there's the Mangonel. We'll get out of dodge and get some repairs. This is a sick t-shirt. Thank you. Thank you. This is credit to Dogao for handing it to me at NAC from the fellowship. From the fellowship people. The fans to travel from Brazil to Germany for a LAN is quite something. It's even farther than I have to go. Okay, those skirms. Oh, it's a danger zone for those skirms. And danger zone for the Repairville. This Mangonel survives on 8 hit points. And MBL pulling even farther ahead in Vils has the extra TC. And this pressure from Bruh not really amounting to much. Mangonel goes down. And Mangonels can keep coming forward. Yeah, Doubt was the young player when Age of Kings came out. There's Town Watch. The ghost of Capture Age burned into their TV screen. That doesn't sound healthy. I mean, maybe Capture Age needs different UIs so it doesn't burn into the TV then. Okay, do modern screens still have that problem? Burned in images where you need a screen shaver? Loading minimap? So Mangonel hits the crossbows. And Mangonel goes down.
أمر من دو
Captain Boot is way more rare nowadays, barely see it. I mean, I've had this monitor since like, I think 2018, and I've not noticed any burn-in. It's not perfect, there are a couple of glitches I need to like restart the monitor for. And definitely a couple of spots that are... a couple of dead pixels here and there, but I don't really pick them up unless I'm really looking for them. And Mangonels go down. And this Mangonel needs some repairs.
بيتم بعد
Ooh, Vil gets hit. Does OLED are more prone to it.
أمر من دو
I need to do some research. I've been talking about I need to upgrade to an actual 4K monitor instead of just upscaling.
سكر
I need more desk space for that.
بيتم بعد
The Mangonels go down. And crossbows go into patrol a bit. They can come forward eventually. Mangonels will clear each other off. And that is a forward castle for MBL going to be right atop the hill by the monastery and workshop. Middle click the eye for combined fog. Middle click. Oh, middle click to toggle combined fog. There, I can read. Okay, and then I gotta go like that. This is combined fog. Then we can combined see the Mangonel. At least there's a bit of doubt castle. You know, that could be an interesting click and turn thing. But I think it is... I can still go to one player's line of sight by holding tab. Maybe I could like leave that as a default mode. Oh, wait, it turned off. That could actually be interesting to be able to swap back and forth to that occasionally, but I think the whole map vision is still better. So that's 63 to 59 KD for MBL, much... or didn't even pull that far ahead in Eco, but the key is just going to be the Vil count there, 96 to 71. What is the stream title about? The stream title is about a set that's going to start in 10 minutes. Just kind of killing time until we get there. And let's go cast T90's game. We'll cast T90 until this set starts. So we'll just kill some time by casting T90's game, and we have another 10 minutes until this is supposed to start. So FedEx from Argentina and No Zombie from Australia, so out of the normal time zone for this TTL set. Good night, the best little sub. Thanks for stopping by. So T90 here will be in the blue, playing as the Malians, against shiXo in the yellow as the Teutons. They were about 16 minutes into the game, so we'll probably get to around 20-something before we're at live time. We'll just catch up and cast the rest of this game before moving over to TTL. Tristan playing until he's... Is he going to cast? Sometimes he doesn't always cast everything. I didn't see him casting earlier today. Just check my phone real quick. We'll get some scouts on the berries. You can share screens on WhatsApp. You had to display a notification for that. Thank you. So spears poke down scouts, spears come over, still get some pokes. And tower goes up. Castle Age and Fletching both on the way. Bloodline's on the way. Triple ranges for T90. Triple, is he gonna go Mali and C? He's going Mali and CA. They don't have Bracer. I guess they have good CA, at least in the Castle Age. It's 2025, everyone goes CA these days. I can keep that on default and then like occasionally tab to see it. And then like I click on one player and see their line of sight. That's a good idea. I keep that as default and then maybe swap through it occasionally. Oh wait, when I click on one player though, it turns it off. Oh no. Okay, that's gonna be. I'm not gonna middle click that to toggle it every single time. Maybe with a slight UI tweak, it'd be more useful. Yeah, so we're up to real time, 54 to 56, villagers, 2 TCs for both. And Mangonel going for the houses. Mangonel's going down. And hit by the Mangonels. Crossbows have to run. Monk's doing some healing of CA. And Wheelbarrow coming in. Mangonel dodges. Mangonel on the box formation crossbows gets a hit. The T90's trying to hold the hill. Now, Teutons don't have Bracer either, so their crossbows aren't going to scale into Imp. A weird matchup where the Malian Cav Archers probably actually scale better than the Teuton crossbows. No Arbalest. At least Malians would have Heavy Cav Archer, no Parthian. But Heavy Cav Archer chemistry and full armor, maybe they actually just win if they go Imp. Like the African monks? They're pretty cool. What are they holding? Is that a knife? Should have a melee attack if he has a knife. It's a fish? Is that why T90 has the monks? He wants the salmon? That is definitely not a fish. The fish would be flopping around and a fish wouldn't have a handle. Okay, next time we co-cast with T90, I'm going to point out the salmon monks, though. That's a good one. That's a good 120 AG. Fish on a stick. Popsicle fish? I have never had a fish popsicle, no. Okay, crossbows take out a Mangonel. Vill count's still pretty equal. And despite the hill, T90 hasn't really taken a winning fight. Counts for everything still kind of similar. Eco's pretty similar. T90 pulling slightly ahead in Vills. Think he had the third TC running a bit more quickly. Is Fish can confirm, I am a fisherman. Mangonel, ooh, double kill, but his Mangonel goes down too. And a handcart on the way there for Tristan. There's a range. And 5 Vills in the tower. Mangonel coming forward as the Vills run away. Crossbows hit the Vill, and on the other side some more Cav Archers run around. Is there a hole here? There might be a hole there. Might also be adjacent on a weird hill. There's armor for shiXo, so it looks like he's gonna make a swap into Cav. Teutons usually can struggle against Cav Archers. And ooh, Mangonel over here. Might have been a conversion there. Is there... I know, no redemption. That was just T90 getting his mangonel to a good spot. And all of a sudden, shiXo lost all the crossbows. There's Imp for T90. At the same time, he's looking to break in maybe on the right. I guess that isn't open. But he's moving around on the left. Took out shiXo's army. Now 26 to 12 military while Imp's on the way. shiXo trying to make that swap into Bloodlines and Knights, but I think that just plays right into T90's hands if he's going to have Imp Cav Archers. And... yeah, I mean, shiXo would have to go for a transition to something away from crossbows because no bracer, no arb. T90 at least, he could go just do chemistry, heavy cav archer. And that should be good enough against the Teutons if they're in the castle age. Honestly, either one of them, just chemistry. Okay, so T90 doing a defensive castle at the bottom of a hill. Top the hill will be an attempted castle from shiXo, but the mangonel goes down. He's pushing with knights and crossbows forward. T90 doesn't want to lose his cav archers before he has the chance to do chemistry at least. Fervor on the way for the monks as he has 2 relics, none for shiXo. T90 wants to group up all of his cav archers now. He's trying to grab another relic. Group up the cav archers and be able to take a fight. Why do they use box formation? Okay, so when you have a small group of units and you have fewer than 7 units, 6 is the max, but you go 6, they walk in a horizontal line. If you put them on box formation, they go 3 and 3, and it keeps them a bit more clumped up, and they don't reform as much, so it's easier to move them around, and they usually take better fights. It's kind of the same thing applies to larger groups of units, like we have 9 crossbows that are kind of grouped up, and you want your crossbows all shooting at once, and it's easier to get that with box formation. If you have a huge group of units, usually you're not going to do it, but sometimes you're so used to pressing it, you keep pressing it anyway. I think those were some of the hidden cup stats that Hera basically presses it every single time he selects a group, and Doubt never presses it even once. So different playstyles, but yeah, that's one of my really old YouTube videos. When is box formation useful? And it's for keeping your small groups of units clumped up. Also, if you patrol, you're not going to reform from a line to a column. You're going to stay in the same formation. Now, sometimes it does make you a bit more vulnerable to getting splashed by one mangonel shot. But in general, it just makes it easier to micro small groups. Yeah, try box formation with 4 scouts is a new world opening up. I think that's the best way to describe it. 4 scouts, or with your drush, 3 men-at-arms. Or 3 men-at-arms and an eagle, especially on box formation. Oh, that's the sweet stuff. So double castles, conscription on the way for T90, not immediately going for tribs. Monk on the side. Ooh, he had a gather point on a monastery to grab a relic, and he grabbed the relic, but he kept the gather point over there, I think. And the monks died to the beautifully architectured Teuton Tower. We saw some of those in Gabi's game. Now we see him in another color. My favorite building, the Teuton Guard Tower. Just gotta admire that for a moment. Oh, that's beautiful. Anyway, back to here. This castle, up there is the Treb. Treb atop the hill. I think that's actually above the castle in terms of elevation. We'll take it out. Cavalier Plate Barding Swap. More guard towers coming forward, but I think T90's got this at this point. He's going to destroy a guard tower with cav archers. That's probably not going to work. shiXo doing what he can to wall. T90 pretty close to getting to the eco. If he gets in, it's going to be a massacre. Does have bloodlines and ballistics. And now chemistry heavy cav archer. And against the Teutons, that should still be pretty darn good. Your tower? Yeah, Gabi, we saw your game against KingstoNe. You made all those guard towers. He lost his set so quickly. We saw him hop on the ranked ladder. Never actually stopped to watch T90 play properly. Thousands of hours of watching him cast other games and never on his own. Yeah. I remember I played a lot of games with him back on Rubly. He's definitely a lot better since then, though. I guess I am, but he definitely plays at a higher level now. It was always like he was much better at Arabia, but I was better at the like the weird maps, like the arenas or the crazy mega random stuff. That's because I learned how to play by playing with Tato on HD, and it was like all those mega random community games we played. When we see me on, I don't know, I haven't played ladder games in a long time. Last time I hit my elo high of 19, I think it was like 1902. I think I'll get a lot higher than that if I actually play and like try to improve. Maybe one day. I've been casting so much I haven't really had time to go on the ladder. He does play quite a bit. He does. Doesn't really stream it though. I think he streamed his playing more when he was on Facebook. But there we go. Am I interested in the Titans League? What do you mean interested? I mean, I make the maps for it. I don't think I can actually make the maps for it and play in it at the same time. Since it is a World's Edge event. Alright, T90 still going for the Cav Archers. shiXo trying to hold on. But T90 needs to win this game fast so we can go cast FedEx versus No Zombie. And he's getting a good raid in on the gold kill. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of dead vills. Down to 84 vills is shiXo. And moving over, he's got keeps now. Teuton keeps. It gives me nightmares of playing campaigns and seeing these things. And the Cavaliers will be killed and walled out at least. And there's the GG fun game. Alright, there we go. 178 to 97 KD. Won't playing more help me when I cast? I mean, maybe. But, I mean, I play a lot of team games. I just don't really play 1v1s all that much. And I feel like there's a lot more to casting than playing a lot. So this is going to be the silver replacement. And TTL bronze. Let me make sure I got my logos correct. There we go. I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, look, that Gabi hops right on the ladder and she's matched against shiXo. Alright, so just gonna look for this set. FedEx No Zombie. You don't see a draft or anything yet. I'll see if maybe Arbase or JBR is around to post it. Or maybe I'll just check the website myself. Alright, don't see it yet. Don't see it yet. Hopefully this is gonna happen. Hopefully we don't have another set where we're waiting to cast and it doesn't happen. But I enjoy watching the T90 ladder games sometimes. Right, man, 6 p.m. and it's so dark out. And I don't know how Viper ever made it through through Norway in like days when there was absolutely zero sun and it was 24 hours of darkness. I could never deal with that myself. Anyway, here's my question for chat. Does it ever look like... I think I gotta play around with the focus settings on my camera, because sometimes I feel like it tries to focus more on the microphone than it does on me, and I feel like I'm like ever so slightly out of focus when I look at it. I don't know, it's weird. Here's, you can like see every hair on my head sticking up, but I feel like I'm just like not focused properly. Maybe my eyesight is just going, but like I'm obviously correctly more in focus than the bookshelf behind me. It doesn't autofocus on the bookshelf anymore. Saying I'm fine? Focuses on that screw in the mic stand. Oh, this thing. It's like I can kind of massage the microphone stand to get it out of the way, but like I'm not gonna completely remove it from the shot without having the microphone too far from my mouth. Maybe that improves it a bit and gives me... Maybe I can like adjust the focus settings on the camera to shorten the box. Long hair on the mic? What do you mean? That's confusing me. I mean the cable? Oh, it's out of the shot now, hopefully. Am I getting hydrated? That's a good idea. Non-lethal ghost. Let's get some more water. See the hair on the mic. What? Is it like... Well, where? Like on the microphone or on the stand? I don't see it anywhere. On the cover of it. And I cannot see it. I'm trying to look everywhere. I don't see it. There we go. Did I get it off? Still there? I just moved it. Get something over there. I can't see it. Moved, but there you can see less of it. I gotta zoom in now and see if you're just messing with me. I legit do not see this. Oh, thank you, Fish Delta, for the follow. Oh, maybe this is it. Hold on. Like right here? Yep. Is that it? Is that it? Okay, I had to... How the heck do you see that? I had to zoom. You must be, like, watching on a TV. I had to zoom all the way in to see that. There we go. No Zombie is a YouTube chatter, yes. You're a mobile watcher in bed with your glasses off, so who knows what is or isn't in focus. Alright, have they started their draft yet? Do they have a draft? I still don't see a draft for them. Scheduled for 9 minutes ago. Where's the JBR? There he is. Is FedEx versus Zombie still happening? That's JBR. See if he's around. JBR is reliable. He'll know. I trust in JBR. It's like hair out of position on my head too. Yeah. Your chat has focus problems. You focus on the wrong thing. It's just like the camera. Ah, chat. Chat. At least you're still real people and not just AI. 8K YouTube stream on a cinema screen. I think 4K is going to be good, at least for the near future for YouTube. Who is FedEx? He is a chess grandmaster, one of the top players from Argentina, been around forever. It is a delivery service if you spell it the way you did with a capital E. It's also just the name of a player. Oh, do you freaking know you're a bot? Did they get to you? It's like Mr. Krabs being a robot. Schedule says it was moved to Thursday at 23 GMT. Oh, they moved it? Wait, what? Dashboard still has it as right now. Alright, chat, the spectator dashboard, unfortunately, did not update the schedule, and apparently it's tomorrow at 23 GMT. Oof. Alright, you know what? We'll just cast T90 again. His schedule isn't updated. Is he still on the ladder? No, he's not playing anymore. No, we'll just cast Gabi versus shiXo then. Be like casting ranked games, smile. Is there like a ladder emoji I can use? Hold on. Do not share my private information. Ladder and playground slide. Yeah, that doesn't render in my font. We'll leave that. Right, where are we? open up capture age. And changing stuff on my monitor really just ends up blinking my camera. Crazy music. Yeah, the background music. There's a bit of overlap. Thank you, Posmos, for the follow. Also, Fish Delta earlier. I missed that. Thank you for the follow. I had a ladder emoji in the YouTube chat. I feel like phones just render Unicode much better. Or have a, in general, much wider range of symbols that they render. So Barrack's going up for Gabi, and we'll put shiXo blue versus purple. That's probably bad for people, right? We'll put shiXo back in the yellow from the previous game. Luckily, as an LLM, I can't feel disappointed. I don't feel anything. LLMs say they don't feel anything. Maybe they actually do feel anything. Bulgaria. Oh yeah, Bulgarians versus Britons. Usually I'd say Britons have a huge advantage here. Just get to a good number of crossbows and you should win. We'll see maybe how much pressure the men-at-arms can apply. Capture age didn't give us elos. Scout. Ooh, 2 HP for shiXo wins that fight. I think Gabi probably has a pretty good elo advantage here. You need Bulgarians to win. Men-at-arms will take down the house. Oops, it still says silver replacement. Best of one. Ranked. Capture age doesn't render the Unicode symbol. There we go. Where's shiXo from? He's German, right? Is he German or Austrian? I think he's German. Oh, let me double check that before I set a flag. shiXo, okay, yeah, he's German. I'll do that. Flag. Germany. Brazil, there. Get the flags on the scoreboard. And just a skirm war. Men-at-arms doing some dirty work attacking the mill and the house. But the skirms will come over. Now see the video? I did not. Arabia, eh? Hello, Bloodless. Gabi microing the skirms. Much better. Hitting the low HP skirms. Oh, yeah, look at that micro. Oh, that was a much better micro from Gabi. And now the men-at-arms and the spear will run away. And she also has a couple of archers behind the wood line. Low HP scout won't be able to do anything to them. Just will be able to scout them. The skirms keep moving forward. And then scale mail armor on the way. Skirms counter men-at-arms? I guess so. I guess so. Archers keep moving around in the north. They'll come down, maybe hit the wood line again. Still doing some hoovering. And a couple of houses going up. Houses going up for shiXo too. That hair hopping around. I'm just kind of trying to defend the wood line with the skirms, making sure Gabi doesn't get back there with archers. She might lose a couple of archers now. And Tiger chasing the archers. Oh no. At least she unleashes the tiger upon the skirms. We'll get a bite. Oh, that guy really jumps up high when he attacks. Look at him go. Oh, look at him go. He survived way longer than I thought he was gonna against the skirms. Worth it, totally. There's Arson on the way and Castle Age on the way.
Ready.
And skirms and the spear come forward. Added archer armor on the blacksmith there. Which server is that? Let's check. Let's see, rely on the good old spec dashboard. UK West. But Gabi's not in Brazil right now, she's in Spain. So, UK West or Europe West feels like the right server. Now, she also has a skirm on the inside. One annoying skirm. But at the same time, that's a doubt TC. Gabi managed to run all her vills somehow. 3 long swords for the Bulgarians. That TC will not go up. She has a ton of crossbows, but not going to engage against the elite skirms. And just to do a TC on her main gold. And at least the Bulgarian TCs are... Well, actually, no, never mind that. She's the Britons. She's the Britons, so she lost 25 stone from that TC. We'll need to long distance mine or buy it back to get another TC then. And we'll go for a workshop, because there has another Vill headed out there. Where are you going, Vill? To your death, that's where. Ooh, elite skirms pick him off. Has to be careful of that TC gather point. And she will pick off a unit in the middle. Hard for reinforcements to move across the map now for shiXo. As the skirm finally goes down, he is adding in a ton of farms while continuing the longsword pressure. Not men-at-arms, longswords. Alright, crossbows out. And Mangonel for Gabi. Yeah, she was on UK West, but it was still a game against KingstoNe, who's from Mexico. So I would have still thought US East would have been the more fair server. Hill's going down. Mangonel, ooh, starts to get a hit. And lumber camp going up on the wood line for shiXo, and looks like he wants more elite skirms. Gabi, with the range though, never has to take a fight. Can defend with the Mangonel. Camp with the crossbows. And take that Vill lead and try to increase it. She will get her third TC up now on the stone. She did have to buy stone though. Only use of the market so far from either player. And adding in a monastery. And Skirm is pushing the crossbows back. So let's be careful about the longswords destroying the range. And she might lose another Vill, needs to garrison her. She's on the farm. And the crossbows will keep the longswords in, skirms away. Skirm goes down. Our crossbows come forward. Still streaming, hello. Head of a new DLC with water sieves? I don't know if it's a DLC with water sieves, but probably there'll be a DLC at some point. I'm kind of just really tired of all the sieves and stuff they've thrown in, and I really wish they'd actually do work to improve the game itself. Like all the lobby issues, or dropped games, or queuing issues. I feel like that's where the game really needs work. And kind of the consistent low review scores of DLCs and whatnot, I think have kind of partially resulted from that type of stagnation. Civ bloating gimmicks. Yeah, I think there's a lot of misdirections with their development process. Lots of maybe short-term focuses on stuff other than quality long-term. They make well, not. I think that they do make money, but it's just less visible in the short term. If you know, years ago, there's that clip of Viper, right, saying how like he wishes that they'd focus on quality instead of continuing to add new stuff, and that resurfaces every time they add new stuff. And it's like, you know, if you had a game where you buy it and then you go out of sync every time you try to matchmake, you're probably not going to be as inclined to buy future DLCs. And I think that definitely adds up over time. And it might not be like the flashy thing that brings in sales, but does determine, you know, whether or not people are interested in actually buying it. Or percentage? I think I've heard numbers that's like 30% of the game is multiplayer, so that's maybe like a third of the player base, which I mean is a pretty sizable number. But I think you also have to keep in mind that all of the like content creation is by and large multiplayer focused, and you know, the big streamers, the big YouTubers, which are a good source of like advertisement for the game, are all multiplayer focused. Like even Spirit of the Law, right? The videos on Civ win rates. And multiplayer is kind of a driving force of continuity for the game long run. That there's kind of always something going on. And like single player only stuff I think has a much shorter shelf life before it stagnates. Soxy, hello Soxy. If you're looking for No Zombie versus FedEx, so are we, because apparently it was rescheduled for tomorrow. There's No Zombie. Masty, I wish I knew. I wish I knew. Can you go find him for us? Can you take a trip and find him? He announced rescheduling. Hello, Turs. Yeah, Turs has reasons to denounce rescheduling. Nothing but 1,000. I don't think you'll ever get a Steam Achievements only DLC because they need to make it compatible with the Microsoft Store and Xbox and PlayStation. Campaigns and achievements, 500 hours. I mean, we can get like a lot of stuff out of modding in the scenario editor, but I think you know, campaigns, a lot of people probably play through them once, and that's it. Maybe some nostalgia for the old campaigns. But I think like new campaigns definitely have less value than old ones do. Skirm's here picking off some vills. Gabi's still defending, but the vill counts are very equal, and Gabi has a bigger military. Now has a knight out to try to deal with the skirms. The skirms are on stand ground and in the minimum range, so they're not going to fight back against the knight. Oh, the poor, poor skirms. And then forward castle. Crossbows there, another forward castle. Trying to find a foundation spot, does at least have it somewhat on a hill. Mangonel will take out the skirms, and Gabi looking to be aggressive as she'll now add another TC, a fourth TC on the back on that gold. Imp on the way for shiXo. Remember, Bulgarians won't get that final armor upgrade on their skirms. I mean, oh gosh, I guess you could... Probably never something you'd really do, but Castle Age Yeoman can mean you outrange the skirms, even if they're an imp. If only they fought back, they'd kill the knight. And they'd dispel the darkness with the light of the sun. And Castle from shiXo, probably gonna look for a Trebor then. longbows start to come out for Gabi, and she'll hoover around with her army. Come around the side, maybe try to get onto that wood line again. Ooh, that wood line. That was wall. At some point, shiXo, I think, probably should have tried to extend the walls, go to the edge a bit more diagonally. Then the wood line stays safer. It's Britons, and you have to remember, they're not going to try to get in with melee units. They're going to sit back and poke you with archers. And this time, the army has ballistics. And unfortunately, she stopped moving and revealed it on the farm. Maybe, though, ram push. I mean, siege ram will be cheap. But I think the Trebor will be better based on the timings we see. Gabi up to imp soon, too. And this time with a 20 vil advantage. And now this crossbow, longbow army not spotted, taking off a few vils, make that a 30 vil advantage. And counting, shiXo notice. shiXo doesn't notice. And there's imp on the way. Imp clicked for Gabi, but will be about 2 and 45 seconds away. Okay, castle fire getting on the ram. Now there's a tower. Gabi being annoying with towers behind wood lines. And I think I saw her say she's been doing this more often. And late game, it can definitely be annoying, because it's not like it's hard to deal with. You counter tower or you do siege, and you can usually afford that, but it takes your focus off of something else. And, you know, towers probably eventually goes down, but it's still annoying for your focus when you're trying to push on the front and suddenly you have an idle eco. It's a nice little sneaky thing to do. You're not spending as much stone as you are on a castle, and if you have the map control, it really hurts your wood eco to have suddenly all these vills idled. And Britons should be able to go all the way up to keep should they want to, and Yeoman also will do +2 attack for the watchtower line if she wants to get that. And here comes the ram push. She has a mangonel in the back to defend it. Already some vills defending and a petard to hit rams. Two-handed swordsman there. 2 rams going down. Longbow's there to defend against the swordsman. And two-handed swordsman not going for the mangonel. As the castle go down, the rams are going down. Hill's still repairing. I think the castle goes down, but at the cost of the ram push. And that was an expensive push. Trip hits the outpost. And Bearheads, thank you for the follow. Everyone's starting to use the market. There's Gabi up to imp. 4 Krepost, but now you can go for Warwolf Trebs. A couple more mangonels to defend a ram push, and you're feeling pretty good. Longbows immediately will get +1 range, just from being imp. And that... not going to go up. You lose a lot of stone if you counter castle and have to repair at the same time. That you do, that you do. Chemistry Bracer. Yeah, and the Krepos takes out the tower, but look at how much effort that had been to take out the tower. On another tower. Gabi towering everywhere. Reminds me of HD games with Tato. You look over and suddenly there's a tower. +5/+5. That would be crazy as a counter to archers. That'd be more pierce armor than Malians have. There's a castle to do with a tower. Comes a mangonel. Mangonel's the Vil. Workshop down, the longbows still hoover around. Ooh, that longbow perfectly missing. That was weird. Accuracy should be, what for these guys? 80%? 70%. Oh, don't mangonel your own arbs. Alright, 200 swordsmen going down. Ram also going down. Gabi pulling ahead and score. There's elite longbow on the way. 2-man saw, bracer. Still, I think she needs yeoman. Other than that, is in a good position to push. You get elite longbow. Actually, you know, you get 11 attack, actually push TCs fairly well. It's 8 pierce armor, so 3 damage per arrow. And skirms without the final armor, you also take out fairly reliably too. That's 5 damage per arrow. There's Werewolf, chain barding armor. And getting ready to push with Trebs. Werewolf, of course, is the splash damage for Trebs. And also 100% accuracy. So you demolish enemy Trebs when you get it. Takes 3 shots to destroy an enemy Treb, but when your shots actually land and aren't randomly missing, oh, that feels so nice.
Ready.
Also you hit Repairvilles. And 3 Castle Treb production now. Siege Engineer is on the way. Siege Ram. So maybe she'll need a melee unit to deal with the Siege Rams at some point. But 56 military to 15. And as she takes out the defensive structure, it should be a good push. Yeah, and here are the Light Cav. Light Cav swap for the Britons. Plate barding armor on the way. No bloodlines for them, but they at least have the final armor. And their Light Cav should be able to deal with skirms. There he is, conscription on the way. 2 Trebs popping forward. Invils hitting the Mangonel. And Millard Filmer Fan 1, thank you for the follow. Lots of follows today, thank you all. As I said, we're climbing towards 15k followers. Don't know if we'll hit that by the end of the year, but we're going to get real close. We're like 14,136 right now, so thank you for the follows. And, oh, conscription, will that not come in? That is a lot of Trebs. And conscription, not finished. How many Trebs is that? That's 9 Britain Trebs. Okay, that's only 3 Trebs. I'll worry about those 3 Trebs now. Here come the Werewolf Trebs. Longbow should be able to gun down the ram. Or arrow down the ram. Bow down the ram. Crossbows run into the castle. She does not want to run her Trebs into the ram, but there needs to repair a bit. Needs to repair a bit. Ram will go down before really ramming. And now we can see the fully armed and operational Werewolf Trebs in action. Oh, they weren't close enough. Need to move a bit closer, but there we go. Oh, Trebs feel so nice when you actually destroy enemy Trebs. Longbows feel nice too when the rams trickle in. And this castle should go down. There's GG. Gabi will take it. Alright, GG. That's 148 to 115 KD. My res collected for Gabi is the Britons. Everything going her way that game. Alright, so once again, unfortunately, we'll not have this set tonight. They got rescheduled and they didn't tell us. So I think that might be it for me. Let's see if there's anyone we can raid on Twitch. Who is streaming right now? Is Gabi streaming? I don't see her streaming. We can maybe send a raid over to Phosphoro. So we'll say goodbye to YouTube and then raid on Twitch. Goodbye. And let me make sure I end my stream properly on YouTube. There we go. Siege Tower is full of army. Not that